Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, how we doing, chat? Cat. Hello, hello. I went live a little early because I'm trying to figure out audio stuffs. So, but I want to make some posts in some places. So, if you don't mind lending me your ear in a minute, Cat, for audio. Uh, Sarah, what's up? Gives me a second. This may take a long time today. We might be live for a while doing this because I kind of want to. I don't necessarily want to complete, the tutorial today, but let's do that. Let's do that. How are you guys today, though? I have my snack of Crispix and goldfish. Okay, best snacks ever. All right. Okay. So, what do you guys think? If I do this, let's go to the other scene. I've completely changed my setup again for this, so I'm a little lost on where things are at the moment. So I do that. Okay. What do you guys think? Tutorial video below, or should I just not put the tutorial video on screen? Oh, I forgot to make a command for the link to the tutorial videos. Whoopsies. Hold on, let me do that real quick. Dashboard. What do I call it? Follow along? Sure. Okay. Well, hope it goes well. We'll probably be live for a while, Cat, because, like I said, I'm gonna be slow. Somebody pin that for me, please. Thank you. Thank you. Now comes the hard part, making sure the audio is actually balanced. Let's see here.
And to that we need to...
Holy Jesus.
This is Blender, open source 3D software that can be used to make animations, visual effects, game assets, or...
Why is that coming through? Yeah, it's very loud. It's also coming through in 2 places at once. Because, you know, my audio setup is the stupidest thing in the world. All right, let's... All right, hold on. There. No, you don't matter. You're supposed to be at 50. There we go. Okay, let's try this again. I apologize. It shouldn't have been that loud.
practically anything 3D.
Why is it coming through my mic as well? Hello?
And best of all, it's 100%. Free, and it always will be.
Oh, it's still coming through my mic. Why? Hello? It literally wasn't even doing this yesterday. I tested this yesterday. Fine. We'll use this channel. Does this channel work?
If you've never used it before, but you want to learn it, well, then you're in the right place. This is a tutorial for complete beginners. I've been using Blender for 20 years, so I'm going to show you how to use all of its core
Is that good? Is that too loud still?
features. And by the end, you'll finish with not only the confidence to start your own projects, but with your very own donut animation. And I know this looks complex, but I promise you it's achievable for a complete beginner. And I say that with confidence because many already have.
Much better.
This is actually the 4th version of this tutorial. I made the first donut tutorial back in 2016.
I don't know why it was coming
and I've been
through 2
remaking
places
it every
earlier.
few years to keep up with Blender's development. In that time, millions of people, just like yourself, have gone from having never used 3D to successfully making their own donuts. One artist even snuck...
Alright, we're gonna start the video over, full screen it. I've already downloaded it, so... But what is... Okay. So, start this. I'm gonna record this. And it should be recording now. So, okay. We're going to be learning Blender today. I don't know that we're going to make it through the entire tutorial series. But the hope is that we can make it through a good chunk of it today. Anybody that's working along with me, I'd love to see what you guys make. Anyone that's making their own project, I'd love to see what you make. Let's switch over to that. All right. Let's get into it.
This is Blender, open source 3D software that can be used to make animations, visual effects, game assets, or practically anything 3D. And best...
So my goal is to learn how to make game assets here. We're gonna do all of it probably at some point, but the main goal is game assets.
First of all, it's 100% free and it always will be. If you've never used it before but you want to learn it, well, then you're in the right place. This is a tutorial for complete beginners. I've been using Blender for 20 years.
Good, because I'm a beginner. I don't know what I'm doing.
So I'm going to show you how to use all of its core features. And by the end, you'll finish with not only the confidence to start your own projects, but with your very own donut animation. And I know this looks complex, but I promise you it's achievable for a complete beginner. And I say that with confidence because many already have. This is actually the 4th version of this tutorial. I made the first donut tutorial back in 2016, and I've been remaking it every few years to keep up with Blender's development. In that time, millions of people, just like yourself, have gone from having never used 3D to successfully making their own donuts. One artist even snuck his into a little film called Everything Everywhere All at Once. Very clever. So if you're ready to take your first steps in 3D, hit the subscribe button and let's begin. First, go to blender.org/download or just click the link in the description.
I think it's also on Steam. You can just download through Steam. So
then, obviously, you got to hit the big download button. Once downloaded on Windows, double-click it and then just go through the install steps. But if you're on a Mac, just drag it into the Applications folder. Then just find the Blender shortcut and open it. Then once it's open, just click anywhere off the splash screen to close it, and welcome to the wonderful world of 3D. First tip, do not get overwhelmed. If you go clicking around, you might find lots of buttons and some of them with very scary names, and it can all get very overwhelming very quickly. The thing you need to know is Blender can do a lot of things, which means it has a lot of tools, but you don't need to know every tool in order to do what you want to do. If you're familiar with the 80-20 rule, there's really only 20% of Blender's features that you end up using 80% of the time. And that's what I'm planning to teach you in this tutorial series.
Okay.
So stay with me and you should be fine. We'll start making the donut in the next video. In this one, we're just going to look at the interface and I'm going to show you some of the basic navigation. So for starters, this view, this...
Can I make the UI bigger? Because I'm blind. Is this not a thing I can do? Can I not make it bigger? Ah, here we go. Interface. I don't think any of this is what I actually want.
Window
whatever.
right here is your 3D viewport, and it's where you'll spend probably 90% of your time because it is the 3D world. So you can see that we have 3 objects here. We've got a camera, we've got a cube, and we've got a lamp. And when we click on it, you can see it's selected because it has the yellow outline. So let's delete the default cube, of course, and replace it with something else. So we could do that by going up to the Add menu up here, or by remembering the hotkey, which is Shift A. So Shift A for Add. So usually the one you're looking for is underneath Mesh. So these are called your primitives, and it's what you use to start something when
There's
you
a monkey.
make an object. Like if you're going to make a chair, you
There's
might
a
start with
monkey.
cylinder as the chair leg, and then build out from there. But the one I'm sure you're all very curious, you want to click it.
Oh
it's
yeah,
the
I already
monkey.
did.
So let's just click the monkey.
Monkey.
Why does Blender have a monkey? Well, fun fact, every 3D software has its own little random complex object because it's useful to test things like shaders or complexities of scenes.
Okay, that makes sense.
So 3ds Max has the Utah teapot, Houdini has the toy, and I think pig's head. Blender has the monkey, and it's actually called the Suzanne monkey head, which you can see in the top left there, named after the orangutan from the film Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back. Random piece of trivia. So let's get a better
I don't
look
know
at
that
it. To
movie.
that we need to orbit, which you can do by on your mouse there, your scroll wheel. That
I'm
is called
assuming
your
that's
middle mouse
this.
button. If you push that in and then drag around, that is now
Okay.
orbiting. Now, for my laptop users, you've just panicked because you realize you don't have a mouse. How are you going to orbit around? First of all, probably good idea to get a mouse for 3D work. It will come in handy. But in a pinch, you can get by without it just by up here in the top right-hand corner, this little gray circle, anywhere in
that's
the gray
kinda cool.
section. If you just left-click, drag on that, that will do the exact same thing. Or if you want, you can go to Edit Preferences, and then underneath Input, there's Emulate 3-button mouse. And that
I'm just gonna look through these again, make sure I didn't miss a way to make the interface bigger. There it is. Okay, we're gonna go. Whoa. Yeah, we're gonna go 2. Because I'm blind. There we go. I can actually read things now, chat. It's a miracle. Alright.
That means that if you hold down Alt and then left-click drag, that will do the exact same thing. Also, whilst you are in user preferences, you might want to go to interface and you've got resolution scale. If you're on a 4K monitor, you might find that your menus and buttons are really small and you kind of have to like squint in to see it. So personally, I like to keep my 4K monitor around about 1.5. Since this is a tutorial, I'll make it nice and big so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so that's orbiting around. with the
0.75
mouse
works.
button. If we want to zoom in, we can do that just by
I have a 1440p, so, but I'm also blind as a bat, so 1.75 works.
scrolling in and out. We could also do it by going up to the magnifying glass tool there and then just left click dragging and then moving the mouse back and forth. That does the same thing. Or you could hold down control and then middle mouse button and that will do a smooth zoom as well. Okay, so one thing you might notice looking at this is that it's not very pretty, right? It's just kind of got this
That's cool.
flat, bland, gray lighting over
What's up,
everything.
Mr. Right?
And that's because this state right now is called viewport shading. And it's kind of a lightweight, optimized way to view the scene just as you're building it.
Makes
But if
sense.
you want to create a final pretty image, that's called rendering. And you can actually switch into rendered mode by going up here into the top right-hand corner. You can see we're currently in the viewport shading mode. If we go 2 across, you should see rendered view mode. So if we click that, your computer might stall for a quick second whilst it loads it in, but you can see it's now different. We have directional light. We have shadow cast across the monkey. So it's currently being lit by this lamp up here. So if I wanted to, zoom in on that lamp there and just kind of like move it around, you can see it's kind of hard to focus on. Like it's always exactly not in the right view. And that's because we are centered on our monkey right now. We need to change the focus. We need to pan to something else. So we could do that one of 2 ways. One, if you're on a laptop, you could use the little move tool there. That will do that. Or everyone else, shift, middle mouse click, drag, that will do the same thing. So middle mouse is for orbiting, shift middle mouse is for pan to change your view to something
okay, that
else.
makes sense.
Okay, so I want to move my light because it's too moody. I want to be able to see the monkey's face there. So to move an object, you could do it one of 2 ways. One, you could go over to the left-hand corner here and you've got the move tool. When you click that, you can see that the selected object, the lamp, has this gizmo, it's called, with these axes on it. And if I just clicked and dragged on any of those arrows there, you can see I can move it along any of those axes. I could also just click on that white circle there, and that will just freehand drag it depending on my view. But it's kind of tedious. Every time you want to move something, you have to like go to that tool and then find the arrows and yada yada. So actually most people in Blender prefer to use the hotkeys. So we just keep it in the default selection state here, and instead remember the hotkey, which is G for grab. Now I've just tapped the key and you'll notice as I move my cursor that it's now attached to my cursor. My cursor isn't even actually close to it. In fact, my cursor could be on the other side of the screen and I could tap G and it will move it. And at first this is kind of awkward. You're like, why is it working this way? But once you get used to it, you realize it's actually handy because you don't have to spend all this time like navigating your cursor hotkey, which is G for grab. Now I've just tapped the key and you'll notice as I move my cursor that it's now attached to my cursor. It's not, my cursor isn't even actually close to it. In fact, my cursor could be on the other side of the screen and I could tap G and it will move it. And at first this is kind of awkward. You're like, why is it working this way? But once you get used to it, you realize it's actually handy because you don't have to spend all this time like navigating your cursor to something just so that you can move it. Your cursor could be over here and then just tap it and you're moving it. So whilst you're in this move state, if you want to cancel a movement, you could do it one of two ways. You could just hit escape or you could right click. Then if you want to confirm a movement, like say I want to move my lamp here and I like the movement, I could just do a single left click. So again, if I want to cancel something, just right click. If I want to confirm the movement, left click. But let's say I wanted to move it along an axis, like, you know, I like these arrows here and I want to be able to move it on just a specific axis. Well, I can do that whilst I'm in that grab state as well. So after I've hit the G key to grab it, I can then tap the letter of the axis that I want to move it on. So if you don't know, in the real world and in the 3D software, there are three axes, there's 3 dimensions. There's the X axis, which I can move it by hitting the X key, the Y axis to move it back and forth along the Y axis with the Y key, or the Z axis to move it up and down on the Z axis. So you can remember those letters, the X, Y, and Z.
Then I can hold middle mouse button.
The method that I actually prefer to use is whilst you're in that G state, if you just hold down the middle mouse button
that's what I just
and then
found
pull out, you can see you get this like gray line that pulls out from the center. And then if you just drag out and move around, it will snap it to the nearest axis, which again is maybe an odd way to work, but it's actually really handy because it means you don't have to think of the letter and locate it on your keyboard. I can just tap G to move it and then middle mouse drag out and then just find that exact axis that I'm looking for. And so it's very fast to just quickly move the lamp exactly.
And if I select two objects,
to remember all of the keyboard shortcuts that I've mentioned, I've actually put together a PDF, a cheat sheet of Blunder's most common hotkeys. And you can download that by clicking the link in the description. So you could print it out or you could just have it on a separate monitor while you work.
I might print that out later.
Also, if you are from another
Good day for work in your car.
You might notice that
good luck at work today.
Blunder's hotkeys are different than what you are used to. So if you actually go to preferences, just for those people that are from other softwares, if you change the key map to industry compatible, you'll find that these shortcuts are probably more in line with what you know from other software.
We're not going to change
I'll also put a link to a cheat sheet that is just for the industry compatible key maps that somebody else put together. I've got nothing to do with it, but I'll put that link there so you can check it out as well. For the rest of this tutorial series, I'm going to use Blunder's hotkeys. Just keep that in mind. Now let's say as I am moving around here, I'm like, oh, this looks really good. I've got some nice Rembrandt lighting across the monkey's face. I want to take a photo. I want to take a nice pretty image of this and post it on socials for clout, right? Well, I could take a screenshot of it, but that would be silly because it's got all these lines all over. It's all noisy, right? We don't like it. The way you take a photo, a pretty image in Blender, is to do a render. So you could do that one of two ways, by going up to render and hitting render image, or remembering the hotkey, which says next to it F12. So when you do that, a little window will pop up. It will use your CPU or GPU, depending on which renderer you've got active, and it will render out a pretty image. And from here, you could go image and then save as, and that'll save it as a PNG or
I'm not going to actually save it.
You want to save it. But you might notice looking at this, that this is actually a different view than what we have here, right? So here I've got a nice view of the monkey's face.
It's because of your camera.
A different view. And the reason for that is when you do a render, it's not rendering from the view that you're looking at currently. It's always going to render from the point of view of the camera. So this is our camera over here, and it's looking from this angle. And we can actually look through the camera by just clicking the little camera icon there, or by remembering the hotkey, which is number pad 0. So how do we move the camera? Well, Blender's a little awkward, maybe a little different to other software packages, but you're supposed to like hit G to move it and then like middle mouse to zoom in and out. And then if you want to like move it along an axis, I guess G and then X. You could do that, but actually what a lot of users prefer, especially those from other software packages, is if you've got your camera selected, which by the way, I haven't mentioned this, but up here, this is your outliner. It's kind of an inventory of every item that you've got in your scene. Okay, so with the camera there selected, If I
Okay.
hit N, N is to bring up the properties, N for properties for whatever reason, and then go to view. There's a little box there that just says lock to camera to view. So now with that active, if I just use the same keyboard shortcuts as before, middle mouse button to orbit around, shift middle mouse to
Okay.
drag it, you can see that the camera is moving with it. So essentially the view, I can set it up exactly as I want, then hit N again, and then I can disable that. And then now as I pull out, you can see that the camera will stay exactly where it was, and I could do a lovely, pretty render. But this is too simple. If we post this on the internet, people are bound to make fun of us. Imagine that. Well, we could give it some color, right? So with our monkey head selected, we can go over to here to the properties. So this properties section is where you might spend the other, I don't know, another 5 to 8%, I don't know, getting too exact there. You might spend another 5% of your time in this section, but it's where all of the properties for things are in Blender. So for example, you've got like the render properties, like the size of the image that you're saving something as is defined there. And some of these properties will stay here no matter what is selected, but others are selection dependent. So you can see actually, if I click the camera there, you can see I get a little camera tab at the bottom there. But if I select my monkey, you'll see the camera tab disappears, but instead I have some other ones that appear. So one that we might want to change is underneath material, and this will enable us to add a material, change the color to something else, essentially. So underneath here where it's got new, I'm just gonna hit new.
Okay.
And then you've got a bunch of options, very ooh, IOR, subsurface. Again, don't worry about it. We'll get to all of that later on.
Okay. What actually is IOR though? 'Cause, like, I know what the other ones are. Let's make a nice pink monkey. Roughness. Oopsies. Yeah, let's go full rough. What does IOR change? Ah, okay. I understand now. I got you.
The one that defines the color is the base color. So if I do a single left click on that white box there, I can then change this color to whatever I want. I could make it an odd, creepy, skin-toned monkey head, right? Like that. And do a render. Okay, so hey, all right, it's better, but still it's too simple. I think people will think we haven't put enough effort into this masterpiece. So let's add another object. Let's give the monkey a hat. So if we want to add another object, how do we do it? Well, we could go to the add menu, like I mentioned before, or the hotkey Shift A.
Shift A. Shift A. Not Control
So
A.
what sort of hat do we want to add? We could do a boxy hat. Let's do a party hat with a cone. So once we've added that object, you can see it's just plopped it straight in the center, intersecting our monkey. So we need to move it. We can move it, and we could grab it with the G key. So it's now moving it just on our cursor there. I don't want to move it just freehand though, because I like the position, but I just want to move it up. So I'm going to hit Z to move it along the Z axis. Right, I like it there. So once I like the placement, I'm just going to do a single left click. Okay, great. But too big. See, we need to learn another tool, which is scale. So we could go to the scale tool there, and then we get this familiar little axes there. But again, most people prefer to remember the hotkey, which for scale is just S. So S to scale.
Oh, Jesus.
So resizing that. Okay, that's good.
I like that it flips.
Move it down again. So G and Z. Okay. All right, but yeah, let's say we want to make it a little taller. Okay, so we could scale it along just the Z axis. So S and then Z, whoops, S, Z, there we go. And it's now making it a tall party hat. Scale it down. There we go. Ha, look at that. Be a very bland party if it's gray though. So let's give it another material, an exciting color, a vibrant aqua color. Why not? Give that a render by hitting F12. Okay. Camera is in the wrong position, so let's go to camera view mode with number pad 0.
Dude, I'm struggling with these hotkeys. Okay, let's do that. All right, that okay. We're making this ugly, so we're gonna go with an ugly yellow. Orange. Ah, there. Beautiful.
I'm going to select my camera, and rather than dabbling with that little thing I had before, I'm going to hit G and then middle mouse, just tap it once. As I said, it's a little awkward, Blender's the way it handles with the camera. But anyway, just move that out, and then I got to rotate it. All right, so I'm going to rotate. So with the camera selected, tap R, then middle mouse, and it's now kind of like freehand rotating around. So I'll just move it up slightly. There we go. Okay. This is just a fool around session, so don't worry if you're making mistakes.
Jesus.
We'll get to actual practical building stuff in the next part. I'm just trying to find ways to throw in these like fundamental tools. Rotate, right? The monkey's head is just, he needs to look dead on at the camera, and currently he's off. What an excuse to use the rotate tool. So you could enable the rotate tool, right? The familiar axes there. You could click and rotate it around like that. Again, most people prefer to remember the hotkey, which is R to rotate, right? So it's now just freehand rotating on my cursor. Remember the axes, as I mentioned before, can be used for any mode. So the X axis will rotate it back and forth. The Y axis, tilt it, or Z, there we go, to turn it towards the camera. Just a little bit, right? And there you go, F12. And we've done it. Let's save it. Let's upload it to ArtStation and then just wait for the recruiters, essentially. All right, let's start.
Look at my masterpiece.
So that we can get ready for part 2, where we're going to actually start building our donut and learning some of the more core features of Blender. So click here, and I will see you in part 2.
Part 2.
Now we know.
All right, let's restart. New, general. Don't save. I don't care. All right. Now we get to the actual tutorial. Now that we've kind of, messed around with a few things. Not gonna lie, I might be a little overwhelmed, chat. Oh God.
How Blender functions, let's start building that donut. So, as before, let's, well, first of all, just to repeat, make sure you are working with a new scene. Completely new scene, don't want any remaining monkey heads lying around. Let's begin fresh slate, and let's delete our default cube, just with the delete key, and let's replace it with a new object. You might remember the hotkey for that is Shift A. And as I mentioned before, you usually want what is underneath mesh, because these are your primitives. So we want to start with something that most resembles what it is we're building. If it was a house, you might start with a cube. If it was a vase, you might start with a cylinder. In our case, we want the donut-shaped one, although mathematicians call it a torus for some reason. So let's add that. Now, if I zoom in by scrolling up, we can see we have something resembling a donut. Looks like a pretty weak-looking donut, very flimsy. Looks like the donut before it's cooked, when they just drop it into the vat.
We're gonna make everyone hungry making a donut, chat.
Crispy thing. So immediately after you do some actions in Blender, you have options to change it. And the options are hidden down here in the bottom left-hand corner. You see a little box, and if you click that box, you see options. And look, we can change the dimensions of our torus. Now, something to note is that these options in Blender only appear immediately after you have done that action. If you do another action, like say deselect your torus by mistake, it's gone, right? Because Blender has assumed you have moved on. You've accepted the state of your donut, and this is the one you want, right? Now, if you haven't done anything drastic or changed this object in some severe way, you can temporarily bring it back by hitting F9. I never actually remember that hotkey. I just remember that immediately after I have added an object, if I want to tweak it, now's my chance before I move on to something else. Okay. So we could change, the size of it here. We can also change the resolution. I'll use the term resolution loosely. To make it higher or lower fidelity. And a mistake that a lot of beginners make, and I say this because this was the exact mistake I made way back in 2003 when I started learning Blender, is they go, well, I need a a realistic looking donut, so I guess I need to go really high resolution. I remember my first project, one of my first projects was for a high school film project, and I wanted to have a close-up of a face. Didn't realize faces were going to be difficult, but I went really high poly, and then it was just an absolute nightmare to work with. So the reason you don't want this is that, for starters, things that are high poly are very slow to render, and they're very hard to work with if you want to tweak the shape of it. But
Yep,
also,
that makes sense.
as you learn and you grow with 3D, you'll discover that it is a lot easier to add resolution to something later on, but it is very difficult to take it away if you've already built it into it and you don't need it. So, long way to say, what we actually want is to have as few polys, these are called polys, as you can get away with. So I'm going to go with 32 major and 12 minor. And don't worry that it looks all jagged, because we will fix that in a moment. Okay. Now, the major and minor, this is really up to you, but I find that something that looks kind of chunky, like a fat donut, just looks really delicious. So I'm going with something around about this size, okay? And once I'm happy...
Okay. You can make a donut hole. I think that looks good. What does the minor change? Oh, we can make a chunky donut. Nice chunky donut. There we go.
With this, once I'm ready to click off, I click off, the options are gone, and this is it. This is the donut that I am now working with. So how do we make this look higher resolution, less jagged? Well, one way is to use smooth shading. So if you right click with your object selected, go to Shade Smooth. And look at that, this is immediately better. Without getting too technical, this is kind of a fakery. It's sort of like the shader is telling the renderer that this is a really high poly dense mesh when it really isn't. It's just basically kind of like averaging out faces, and anyway, it's very technical, but basically means it's not going to add anything to your render time, but it's going to look smoother. And so this is generally what you want for something that is smooth and organic looking, like we want. If you were rendering like architectural or like hard surfaces, like later on we're going to put this on a counter, then the object would obviously want to be flat. But in our case, we're just going to use Shade Smooth. But you might notice that looking at this, especially if you go side on, that you've got this sort of jagged shape around here, right? So the silhouette is really breaking that illusion that this is a high poly or a smooth looking donut. Okay. But thankfully, rather than adding all of that complex density into the mesh itself and then making it hard to remove later on, there is another way through modifiers. So if we go over here to our properties, right, this very confusing, lots of option looking properties, click on the wrench, and this is the section called modifiers. And this is one of those object dependent things. So if you've got your camera selected, you won't see it. So it's only when you've got actual meshes that you might see this modifier here. So it's much easier to explain if we just add one. So up here, add modifier, and you got a range of options here that can do a whole number of things. The one that we're looking for is underneath generate, and it is called subdivision surface. And it is a really common modifier that you use all the time. In fact, it's so common, it's actually, you can just immediately add it to any object just by hitting Control 1. But don't do that because we've already got it. So there.
Control 1.
Now, some of you might have just discovered that your donut has disappeared. If that is the case, you need to go to Edit, Preferences, and then underneath Viewport, where it's got Subdivision at the very bottom, Disable GPU Subdivision. That will then make the subdivision perform on your CPU instead of your GPU, which is maybe non-existent or not performing whatever. But disable that and it should appear. But if it's already working for you, don't disable it. Keep it going because GPU will be faster. So what exactly is this doing? Well, it's a lot easier to explain if we look at the shade flat mode, because we're not being tricked by
shade flat. Okay.
The smooth shading there. If I set this levels viewport to 0, this is our original mesh. This is before we add the subsurface, essentially. When we increase this, you can see that it is adding resolution to our mesh. And
Okay,
the more
okay,
I
got it,
increase
got it.
this viewport levels here, the finer and finer that detail becomes. So to explain it, because this is such a very, very common modifier, it's kind of important to understand how it's working. You can see that this is these squares here, these are called faces, by the way. And for each one of these faces here, as I add a level, you can see it's becoming 4 faces, right?
Yeah.
And then now, if I zoomed in on this one face here, if I
max
do
you can
another
do
level,
is 6.
that's now become 4 faces. And then if I zoom in again, it's now become 4 faces. So it's exponentially adding detail. And you might also know that it is smoothing it out as well. Like this jagged edge that we've got here, you can see now becomes smoother. So to quickly visualize that, if I just draw it, like imagine you've got like a 90-degree corner, right? Like this. If you add a subsurf modifier, what it's going to do is it's going to add a point here, right? Because this is the extra detail. It's also going to take that point there and it's going to average it out. It's going to average it out between these points. And it's going to create another one there and another one there. So you go then from having that really hard corner there to having something that looks a lot smoother. So it's going to take a point and it's also going to change it to make it look smoother, generally speaking. So there we go. So now as I increase this, you can see it's getting smoother and smoother. Now, the reason there are 2 options here, you've got levels viewport and levels render. So reminder, this gray area that we operate in is called our viewport. The render is the pretty version. So as an example, you can see if I just turned it off for the viewport, it looks very jagged. But then for my render, if I increase that to 3, if I do my render, which you could go up there, and render image, or remember the hotkey F12, you can see that that donut is now smooth, but I go back and you can see it's jagged. So the viewport, you want to generally keep it lightweight, and then the render time, that's where you want to get a really nice looking pretty image. So you want to often have 2 different levels. In our case though, I don't really think we need to go beyond 1, even for our final pretty image, because this with shade smoothing turned on is good enough. And we're going to be adding more to the scene later on, so we don't want to make it too complex. So this is actually pretty good. Okay, so we have a perfect donut, and that's the problem. It's too perfect. You could spend decades trying to develop a machine in the real world that made a donut this perfect, and you never would. This is so mathematically precise that the eye will always see this as looking fake. So that's actually a problem you learn pretty quickly in 3D, that things that are too perfect just look fake. So you have to spend time making things look misshapen and adding.
Okay. That's weird. I don't really understand the shade smooth thing. Let me just see something. Hold on. I do that. What if I shade smooth and do that? Also, my music stopped. Hold on. So there doesn't seem to be a difference there, but if it's lower, obviously if I render, it should be, yeah, okay. But then the shade smooth tricks it into looking, okay. Got it. I'm good.
Variation there like you see in the real world because your eye expects to see it. So how do we do that? How do we make this donut look a little more lumpy and interesting? I do that by changing the mesh itself. So this mode that we are in right now, where we can click on different objects, is called object mode. And I know that because in the top left hand corner you can see we are in object mode. But if I click the drop down, you can see I get a number of other options here. And these options, again, will change depending on the object you've got selected. If I've got a lamp, my little light there selected, you can see I've only got object mode. My camera, I've only got object mode. But a mesh will give you extra options here. So let's enter into edit mode. Ooh. Right. Now, you can see our mesh, our object has become something that looks weird. It's got a bunch of little points on it with lines.
Why is that square
very
white?
technical. Well, that's because this is actually what the mesh is made up of. These little points here, which you can click on just by selecting, are called your vertices. The singular term is called vertex. I never say that. I like to just call all of them vertices, regardless of whether it's one or two, just because you always get some comments that go, actually, it's called vertex if it is singular. Anyway, so these are called your vertices, and if you have two of them joined by a line, that is called an edge, and if you have four of them forming a face, then it's called a face. So with these,
wait, how did
I
he
can quickly change.
How did he select the face? Hold on. Oh. Shift clicking. Got it. Okay.
Change the shape of my object by using the same hotkeys as before. And if I want to move this, then I would simply tap G, right? And you can see it's now attached to my cursor. And then if I want to confirm its movement, I just do a single left click, and there it is. Now, if I go back into object mode,
Dimple.
like that, you can see that my mesh has changed, okay? And by the way, the hotkey for jumping in and out of object and edit mode is just tab, okay? So you can see it's just toggling between those two modes because it's so common that you want to just quickly change things that it's just easily accessible by that. Now, this is okay, right? But you can see it's like, it's got like some artifacting. It's like, it's not the greatest lump, right? So how do we make it look a little more natural? Well, I mean, you could, you move one, drag it out, okay, click, and then I move, the next one next to it, right? I'll move that out, and then I'll move this one out a little bit, and then I move this one out. And it's like, okay, well, now I've got the thing, but it took me like 5 actions. Ridiculous, right?
Okay.
No one wants to do that. No one's got time for that. Thankfully, there is a tool in Blender just for this, and it's called proportional editing, and you can enable it up there in your toolbar. So if you enable,
I don't have that button. Oh, I do. It's right there. Okay. Got it. Proportional editing. Go.
all that. Now, if I hit G and I move it out, you will see I get a little ring around my cursor there. And that is now changing the mesh around it. Now,
I don't have a ring.
Previous tutorials were like, I don't see what's going on. You have to have something selected first.
Hold on, wait. I don't have a ring. Wait a minute. Oops. Ah. Why is my ring so big? How do I make the ring smaller?
First, and then when you hit G, you will see that little circle of influence. Okay, now this circle of influence, if I scroll down, if I scroll up, you can see it's shrinking its circle of influence, and if I scroll down, it is expanding its influence. So it's only going to affect what is in that ring there. Okay. If you are on, if you don't have a mouse with a scroll wheel, you can also change the influence by using page up and page down. And if you don't have page up or page down because you're on a Mac keyboard, then what you would have to do is go to key map and then change your page up and page down to something else, just so that you could get around that. But guys, you got to get a mouse. Get a mouse with a scroll wheel. I think they're, 50 cents or just in the nearest
He is really, going after the Mac mouse.
Make your life in 3D a lot easier.
To be fair, the Mac mouse is awful.
I can now make quick work of lumpy shapes, okay? So I just drag that out, okay? I've got a little lumpy shape there. Maybe I go down here and I pull this up just by hitting G, moving it up.
So let's make the shape of our donut here. Control Z that. What if I? There's got to be an easier way to do this. Okay, and if I press G. No! Wrong button. I want to make like a... There we go. Oops. Okay. And I want to select all of these, which again, there's got to be an easier way to select, but... Oh, dang it. Oh. Wait, does that select the ones below it too? Oh, okay. Okay, that's easier. Shift select. What's up, Luden? Oh shoot, I selected too many things. We're learning, Luden. We're learning. Welcome in. How are you? Hope you're doing well. We're making a donut, so you might get hungry. Just apologizing in advance. Dang it. Come on. Alright. Now I want to press G. I want to raise this up a little bit. That is not the button I wanted to click. There we go. And we made it a little uneven on that side. Good. Huh. Okay. So I've realized an issue. How do I select? Oh, there we go. I see. Trying to make it look natural is the hard part. I see. Okay. I guess the bottom doesn't matter too much because it's probably going to be... Alright, well, let's see what he says.
Okay, so already this is looking a little more natural, right? Because even if we were making a stylized world for a Pixar movie or something like that, you can't have just a spherical looking donut. Sorry, spherical.
I don't like the way that looks. If I select this point, we just kind of did that with it. That looks better. All right.
Round looking circular donut because it just, your eye will see it as fake. So very quickly, I'm able to add a little bit of variation to the donut, just all around it, just a little bit over here. And you can see that I am just changing my circle of influence depending on what size of a lump I want to make. So I just want to make like a little bit that sticks out. I can make a small circle just by scrolling up like that. And you just want to do that until you get something that looks a little more natural. I might want to make the inner part as well. We just drag that in with a smaller circle, and that's pretty good. Let's just have a look from the top. I might actually just drag that out, make it a little bit more like that. But there you go. That's pretty good for a donut. It's still kind of simple. It's not too detailed, but it's got just enough variation in it that it's more interesting to look at. Oh, one more thing.
I could spend hours just on this part. Like, I don't know. Okay, there's a reason I put a crease in the top, though. I'm hoping I'll be able to do it later, but there's a reason there's a crease in the top for later.
Dimension. Go back into edit mode with tab. Donuts, when they're sitting in the little vat thing, right? They're only like half submerged, so then they have to be flipped. But it means that the bit that's nearest to the surface is getting less heat. So essentially what I'm saying is the bit that's around the donut, the circumference of it is usually a little bit flatter. So donuts aren't like perfectly round all the way around.
Depends on how they're cooked, but yes.
So what I want to do is I want to select these vertices along here, and then I want to shrink them. Now I could go around one by one like this, which is actually what I used to do when I was learning Blender pre-YouTube days, and there was no tutorials. What I would do this if I wanted to select this. Silly, because there's a function, a tool for that, and it is edge select. So if you hold down Alt on your keyboard and then do a
oh my god. Seriously?
single left click on not the points, but on the edge, right? This little line here, you can see it's selected all the way around. So it's anything that's...
This is why I should watch the tutorial before I try to do things.
So if I want to shrink this, right? What would I do? Well, I mean, yeah, you could like move it around, right? We want to shrink it. We want to change the scale of it. So we would use the hotkey S for scale. So S, and I'm going to scale that in. And I actually don't want proportional editing. So I'm going to turn that off.
My god.
Scale in. Just make it a little bit flatter.
Okay.
And there you go. See, it just feels a little bit more natural, doesn't it? Looks a little bit closer to what a donut looks like. And by the way, don't worry if yours doesn't look exactly like this, like your lump is a little bit off. Like some people get a little bit too precious with the tutorial. I gotta match exactly everything I do. Like I'm just working on the fly as well. So just make what you think looks good. Maybe you think this is not misshapen enough and you want to add more, go for it, because it might actually turn out better than what mine is. Now, before we move to the next part, how to save. How to save. Blender, very, very easy. You just go save as, and you just get one.
I don't actually like the flat side, but whatever. We'll go with it. Oh, Jesus Christ. You're supposed to be here. Ignore this. There we go.
One file. It's called .blend. Very literal file extension, really pushing the limits of what a file extension can be. That's almost a word, Blender. Anyway, .blend, and that's it. And then next time you open it up, it's exactly like it. It's not like ZBrush where you got like 4 or 5 different ways to save a project or an object or a tool or a... Hate ZBrush. Okay, that's how you save. Now, also, finally, I would say, if you need help, because I know if you're stuck and then you leave a YouTube comment, you might not get a reply. If you want immediate help, I've got a Discord, so I'll put the link below.
So there's skip like to the next video.
Did you guys know that Blender?
All right, part 3, chat. Part 3. We're getting there. I hate the way the top looks. We'll figure it out.
Blender 4.0 had a change that makes it more realistic by default, or that there's a new technology that is going to expand the uses for 3D exponentially. Well, you would if you were on my free newsletter called This Week in 3D. It's an email from me once a week with 3 to 5 things that I found interesting that week from the world of 3D. So sometimes I share a new tool that I found, a remarkable tutorial, a new Blender feature, a news story that affects the industry. So click the link in the description, enter your email address, and then you will stay up to date on the world of 3D. It's always free and it's always written by me. Now, on to the tutorial. Welcome back to the Donut Show, where we make sad little donuts that we cannot eat. This is where we finished up at the end of part 1. We've got our nice looking donut, and now we're going to make that icing, which looks complex, but is actually fairly simple. Now, as I mentioned before, if you want to add an object, you go Shift A, right? And then you start with something that resembles what you're trying to create. But we already have something that resembles the exact shape we want to create. It's the donut, because we want the icing around the donut. So let's just reuse this information. So we can do that by duplicating the object. And if you don't know the hotkey for it, you could just go Object, and then you'd find it here where it says Shift D. So Shift D. Now, when you hit that, you are in a placement state, essentially. Like it's duplicated, and it's now saying, where do you want to place it? Now, in our case, and actually often, you don't actually want to change its placement. You want to duplicate it exactly where it was. So you can cancel the movement by hitting Escape or right-clicking. Now, when you do that, it looks like it's canceled the duplication, but you can see in your outliner, it has duplicated it. You've got 2 objects, but it's just in the exact same place, which is what we want. So first things first, we need to name them, or else we could get very confused very easily. So you can name an object by just double clicking it in the outliner and then just typing in the object. The other way you can name something, I'll just show you the second way. If you select the Taurus 0.001, that's your icing object. If you're in the 3D view, where your cursor, is over the 3D viewport, if you hit F2, that's another very quick way that you can name something without having to go up to the outliner to find your object. So with our icing object selected, let's go into edit mode by hitting Tab. So we want the icing on the top, which means this bottom half of our mesh here is redundant. don't need it. So we want to delete it. So if we just dragged over the bottom here, you can see it looks like we've selected the bottom half of our donut.
But we haven't
if you were to
selected the
move
other half,
around, you
yeah.
can see, oh, we haven't actually. It's only selected, annoyingly, what is facing the camera. Where there's a mesh, it's not gone through the mesh. A lot of users find this annoying. I agree. Sometimes it seems like that would be the more default one that would make more sense. But anyway, don't want to argue. So if you want to select through a mesh, you can go up to here in your top navigation, toggle X-ray. If you turn that on, it's going to enable you to see through the mesh. And now, when I drag over it, you can see that I have selected all through the mesh as I move around it. By the way, you might find it like when you're in this state, it's kind of hard to select. Like it's easy to kind of accidentally select what is above it, and depending on what you've got at your end, that might have happened already. So another way to easily just look directly on the side-on of your donut is to just click one of these, like in your gizmo here, instead of just dragging around.
Makes sense.
Just do a single click on either the green one or the red one, the X or the Y. And now we're in that state. You can see it's flattened it, so it's put you in orthographic mode, which actually you can toggle to at any time, just over there, which just makes it easier to just do a single, all the way through the mesh, select. All right, okay. All right, so we want to delete that. So just hit the delete key. You get an extra option here of what do you want to delete, edges, faces. You want the vertices, that's everything. And now we have, if we go back to object mode, and then let's turn off toggle X-ray as well. And you can see it's working. We got half the donut on top of itself. But as you move around, you can see you get some flickering.
Yeah, because
Now,
inside
this
of itself.
flickering happens, and it's actually a very common, it's actually a good warning sign to you as an artist, because it means you've got faces on top of faces, and the 3D software doesn't know which face it wants to render, right? So it's like sometimes saying it's the front face, no, the back face, the front face, and there's no understanding. Sometimes you can actually spot it in TV shows and like VFX or like low budget stuff. You can see some flickering in the background, and I'm like, ooh, there it is, Z fighting. That's what it's called, Z fighting, or Z fighting if you're not American. So what we want to do is we want to give thickness to our icing. So we can do that with a solidify modifier. So adding another modifier, make sure you've got your icing selected, not your donut. And then here where you've got add modifier, we're going to go generate solidify. Okay. Now it's made it worse.
Oh my God.
It's actually added a thickness to our mesh there, but it's actually done it the wrong way. So it's with the normals.
It's got negative.
It's trying to put the extra bit inside the donut. So we can change that by just changing the offset here in the solidifier settings. Just drag that all the way to 1. Some of you might have actually found that it was correct before, just depending on which way your normals were. If that's the case, keep it at -1, but everyone else keep it at 1. We just want to make sure it's actually outside. Okay. I also, let's just increase the thickness a little bit too. Let's go, 0.025. That looks pretty good. And great, we've got what looks like a yarmulke on our donut. A perfectly straight edge little hat for our donut. So let's make this look more like icing. So the edge is wavy all the way around. So to do this is where we get into the fancy, finger magic, because you're typing lots of keys. Anyway, go into edit mode, and we can see straight away that we can't see the mesh, and that's because the solidify modifier is obstructing our view. So these little boxes here, as I mentioned before, like this is to hide it from viewport. But if you want to just hide it from your edit mode, which is the state that we are in right now, the box next to it is the one that you uncheck, which means in object mode, when you're tabbed in object mode, you can still see it, but edit mode, it's it's temporarily hidden for you. So if I was to select one of these points here and move it down, you can see that it's working, but it would be, again, a lot of effort to go round and round and do these one by one. So we want to use that old familiar proportional fall off tool again. So proportional editing on, and now as I move it down, let's just lower the slider way down here, and then let's pull this down. Okay, now we'll find issues. If we move to the side here, we can see the first issue we've discovered is that this is separating from our mesh here. And that's not what icing does. When it dribbles down, it follows the shape of the donut all the way down. So what we want to do is snap, oops, undo it a number of times, snap the vertices to our donut underneath it, right? So for that, we need to turn on snapping up here. Okay, now there are a number of ways to snap in Blender. The default way is increment, which just means the like the grid floor there. Like if you were to just like move it around, you can see it's just snapping to the grid floor. Not helpful. But we want to snap it to the face. And now with face snapping enabled, if we move this down,
okay, cool.
we can see, let's just look here, that the bottom bit is snapping to the face, but as you might have seen, the top bits, the rest of essentially what is inside of our circle of influence with this proportional editing, that's not being affected. Only the little point that we had selected was affected. So that's not what we want either. Normal.
So
that would be enough. But in this particular case, we want to also snap individual elements too. And let's go face project. Now, when we pull this down, you should see that these are also no longer clipping through the donut. But still, we have issues. Why is that? Well, it is actually working correctly. We can see these are not going through the mesh. So why does it look like it is? The reason for that is that there's actually just not enough information here. So if we go side on, you can see, right, like we've got this point here, and then we've got another point down here, and then we've got this long stretch in between, right? So that means that this part of the donut, oh gosh, that goes that goes around like that is just not, there's nothing to snap it to, essentially. So what we need to do to fix this is just add more geometry. So these little vertices here, we need more of those vertices. So we can do that by actually using the subdivision surface modifier.
Where I thought it was going.
Modifier, you can apply the modifier. And the modifier currently is adding geometry, so let's just apply it. So to apply it, we just click this little drop down here next to the modifier and then go apply. Now, if we, nothing should have changed from this view because the same information is being displayed, but in edit mode, you should now see exponentially more faces, because here, where there was, one face before, you can see there's now, so to apply it, we just click this little drop down here next to the modifier and then go apply. Now, if we, nothing should have changed from this view because the same information is being displayed, but in edit mode, you should now see exponentially drop down here next, just click this little, vertices here, we need more of those vertices. So we can do that by actually using the subdivision surface modifier, because although it is a modifier, you can apply the modifier, and the modifier
not allowed from edit mode. Got it. Okay.
Currently is adding geometry, so let's just apply it.
I got it.
So to apply it, we just click this little drop down here next to the modifier.
Now we have more.
And then go apply.
Yep, I see.
Now, if we, nothing should have changed from this view because the same information is being displayed, but in edit mode, you should now see exponentially more faces, because here, where there was, one face before, you can see there's now a lot more. Right, 4x, okay, 4x, okay. So, now if we pull down, we should see it is snapping, and if we go into this mode, you can see that it's now conforming to the mesh in a much more
Okay, so now we're just gonna do that all the way around, or is there an
more snug way, because there's information there for it to use. Now this shading artifact here that we can see, this don't worry about that, we'll fix that in just a moment. But I need to show, because I've shown you like 4 things that we need to enable for this to work. I got to show you one more, because if I pull down and if I scroll up, you'll see something. Okay, if I was to click, we get this horrible problem.
Okay.
And I've done this tutorial on enough, and enough people have hit this issue that I need to call it out specifically, because it seems to be a big point that a lot of people just don't know where to go from. What's happened is if we use a what's it called, the circle of influence for our proportional editing, if that is so high, it's actually high enough to reach the mesh on the other side of the donut. And then because we've got snapping, it's now projecting that, snapping it to the front, which is creating this like something that's a nightmare to fix. I mean, in fact, it's easier just to start from scratch than to try to fix that. So if we want, sorry, there's a lot of noise. To fix this, we need to hide the part of the mesh that we don't want to be influenced by our proportional tool, right? So to do that, there is an easy way to do it. We can actually do it very precisely. So if with this middle bit of our donut here, if I just hold down Alt and then do a left click, as I mentioned before, that selects the ring, okay? And we could do that all the way up, but actually there's a little, I don't know if it's an Easter egg. It's kind of a cool tool that not many people know about. Control plus. That will enable the select more tool. And if you use Control plus, Control minus goes the other way, you can see that it's expanding out. So Control plus will just like select the next vertice along a chain, roughly speaking. And you can see we can very quickly select all the parts of the mesh that we don't need.
Well,
right?
I can't.
Cool. By the way, if Control plus doesn't work for you because you're on a laptop or something else, select more, less. You can also do it here.
I'm not going to do it that way because plus would end the stream.
It's H for hide. So when you're in this state, it looks as though it's been deleted. It's very, sometimes you don't know where part of your mesh, and then you forgot that you've got hide turned on. If parts of your mesh are hidden and you want to bring it back, it's Alt H. So H to hide and then Alt H to bring it back. Or if you can't remember it for whatever reason, you can also find it. Okay, it's underneath mesh. There we go. Mesh. Reveal hidden or hide selected. Okay, so that's the other way. But you can get my keyboard shortcut. It's in the link. It's free. Just use that and then you won't forget a lot of these handy shortcuts. All right, so now finally, after all that, after 4 different ways and problems to explain, we can now take part of this mesh and drag it down and it will work correctly. Haha. Huh? So now we get to now finally be an artist and go like, what sort of, edge or what sort of icing do I want to make this look like? So what I'm doing here, by the way, is I'm hitting G to pull it down, and then I'm just single middle click, and then because my cursor is closest to the Z axis, it's now snapping it to the Z axis. So that's why I mentioned before that it's really handy. You don't have to think of the letter and type it in. Ooh. You just go in the general direction you want to go, and then just tap the middle click of the, which is your scroll wheel, right? Middle click. It's such a weird button that you have to call it out. It's the scroll wheel button, because it's like no other application seems to use it besides scrolling. But Blender is like, no, we're going to use it for like 90% of the operations is going to be middle click. But anyways, as you can see, I'm not paying particularly too much attention to it, but I'm just making a wavy looking shape around it. You might also want to make some bits that go the opposite direction, right? And then maybe pull, so you've got like big shapes as well as medium shapes and some small shapes. Big, medium, small. It's the
middle mouse button? It's not really.
Recipe.
Games don't use the middle mouse button a lot. Uh-oh. Chat, we messed up. Like the icing, you swear? It was you, Cat. You did it. Have a good one, Cat. Hope everything goes well. Bye, Cat. Love you. Okay, how does this look? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Gotta go back. Why is it doing that? I think I'm just making my circle too big. Okay. Let's try to make it. Let's try to do smaller. There we go. That looks a lot better. All right.
For appealing design, big, medium, and small details. But I digress. By the way, I should mention, if you're stuck, don't feel bad, because there was certainly a lot of finickiness going on with this donut here, and we're definitely in the steep part of that curve at the moment. Do make use of my Discord if you are stuck. I created it literally so that people could get instantaneous help. I don't have any other benefit for it, so it's there so that you can find help. Link is in the description, and there's like donut
not what I wanted.
help chat room
away.
where you can post screenshots of your problem, and then people can help each other out. So do make use of that. Now, our shading issue here, this darkened edge, is actually going to fix itself by fixing another issue. So it's a two birds, one solution kind of problem.
Okay.
This 90-degree edge here for this icing, not ideal. Everybody knows that a real icing would create like a rounded edge there, right? So we can fix that just by adding another subsurf modifier. Because you might remember I mentioned, like, yes, if you've got 3 vertices, it'll create like another vertice here and another vertice here, but it'll also like round it out. It'll pull this one back, so you end up with a rounded corner. So right here in your modifier stack, we're going to go add modifier, generate subdivision surface. Now, the order of these does matter. Okay, you want your solidify at the top and the subdivision after it. So Blender works top to bottom, and it's important it's in this way because you want the extrusion to happen first, and then in order to round that edge, it has to happen as a secondary step. So solidify on top, subdivision underneath. Now, whilst we're here and we're looking at the close-up, nice little profile of this edge of this icing, another issue to call out, you can see it's got this this shape that
Weird
goes
tip,
around. Yeah. Yes, so far so good. But then it goes up, and it's like, it'll be better if it went around and then tucked in and touched the edge of it, because that would look more like real liquid would. So we can solve that by just changing one of the settings in the solidify modify. It's not one of those things that you would figure out
so good
or know where it is. It's just over time you learn where some of these settings are. But essentially here, the edge data. So we want to change the edge data to say that before you do the solidify step, add a crease on the inner part right here. If we increase this all the way to 1, it now...
I'm sorry, what were we doing? Edge data. Crease, okay.
creates a sharpened edge just on that inner part there. So the rest of it is a smoothed edge, but the middle one, there's a crease, so it's making a sharp edge there. And it just gives it, it's just a little bit more realism. Just looks a little bit closer to what you would imagine real icing would do. Okay, now for the cool bit. All right, so if you look at reference of donuts, right? Yes, you've got these little wavy bits, but where the icing is really liquidy, it'll often break off from this wave here, and it'll create a trail that goes down underneath the donut, right? It just sort of drips all the way down. Whoops.
I don't see that very often, but yes, that is true. That can happen.
We can do that, but not the way we were doing it before. If we just took one of these points and then like dragged it all the way down like that, there wouldn't be enough information there, right? You can see you just get this like stretched look, and it doesn't look great, okay? So essentially we need to give it more information, and we couldn't just do it by like adding more and more subdivision surfaces. We need to actually like break this shape here and create a new shape that goes down. So we need to...
You like icing? No, I wasn't saying that. I was saying that the like dripping down doesn't happen very often. So the fact that he's using it as an example, I get it because he's teaching us something. But
extrude. So if I select this vertice and then the one next to it by holding down Shift, I don't think I mentioned it, but yeah, if you want to select two things at once, it's Shift select. Anyways, so if we select two vertices like that, we want to extrude it downward by hitting E. So when you tap E, it's similar to G in that you're in a placement state now, saying where do you want to place this? So I'm going to move it down to, yeah, like about there where I want the trail to stop, and I'm just going to do click, left click, and it's now placed it there. Now, it's hard to see it, but if I just switch to wireframe, you can see what it's doing. So it's created this breakaway shape here, an entirely new face that's completely separate to what we've got there currently. And what this means is if we go to object mode, you can see it's not just like continuing this form here, it's pulled it down, right? Which is exactly what we want. And in fact, I want it to go even further than that. So I'm going to select those two vertices, and I'm going to pull it down again. And then I'll do it again. And the reason I've done this 1, 2, 3 is that this detail here is important so that it conforms to the shape of the donut. Because if there's not enough, you're going to have that clipping issue that I showed you earlier. So that's pretty good. And now we're going to do it again. Originally in my earlier versions of the donut, I only did like one of these, but then I noticed that in the render, the final render, it's often the most interesting part of the donut. So now I'm thinking, we want to extrude it downward by hitting E. So when you tap E, it's similar to G, and that you're in a placement state now, saying where do you want to place this. So I'm going to move it down to, yeah, like about there where I want the trail to stop, and I'm just going to do click, left click, and it's now placed it there. Now it's hard to see it, but if I just switch to wireframe, you can see what it's doing. So it's created this breakaway shape here, an entirely new face that's completely separate to what we've got there currently. And what this means is if we go to object mode, you can see it's not just like continuing this form here, it's pulled it down, right? Which is exactly what we
A lot
want.
more natural.
And in fact, I want
Mine
to go
don't
even
look
further
super
than that. So I'm
natural.
going to select those two vertices, and I'm going to pull it down again,
What if I...
and then I'll do it again. And the reason I've done this 1, 2, 3 is that this detail here is important so that it conforms to the shape of the donut. Because if there's not enough, you're going to have that clipping issue that I showed you earlier. So that's pretty good. And now we're going to do it again. Originally in my earlier versions of the donut, I only did like one of these, but then I noticed that in the render, the final render, it's often the most interesting part of the donut. So now I'm thinking, yeah, just do it all the way around the donut. Just add the bit that looks cool. Add more of that. So here, so wherever there's essentially like a big dip is what I'm looking for. Like where the liquid would sort of build up and then like the surface tension there would be just too much.
Yeah.
And then it would break away.
Get what you're doing, but...
Go down underneath like that. And we'll do another one here, why not? Like that, and down, and down. And that's pretty good. Haha.
Okay.
Lovely. So that concludes finally this heavy part of the tutorial. So
we're going to save this as part 2.
if you're ready to watch the next part, I hope you're not giving up. Congrats.
All right, I'm going to use a quick restroom break before the next part. Don't go too far. I love all of you. And I'm having a blast, even though it's frustrating and I'm confused, but I'm having a blast. So I will be right back. a stretch, sit down, and we'll get back. We'll get to the next couple. All right. All right. Number 3. We're making progress. Slow, but progress. Ugh.
You didn't give up. You made it to part 4. You clicked on the next part of the video. There's always like less viewers each video as you go down.
Wait,
So
this is
here-
part 4? When did I miss the end of part 3? Wait a minute. Did I skip a video? Hold on. No, I didn't, because that's where we ended. I'm so confused. Did I just not even realize we went through 2 parts?
Thumbs up.
I'm smart.
As you can tell by the title of this video, we're going to learn about sculpting. But first, I should call out, if you have a problem with your mesh now, those problems can be amplified the further you go along. So it helps to do a technical check now, make sure you don't have any problems before we move along. So to look for it, go into edit mode. And first of all, by the way, if you can't see that middle part of your mesh, it's because you remember we temporarily hit it. So you can bring it back by hitting Alt-H, and that will bring back the rest of the mesh.
I thought I clicked
And
Alt-H.
then we're looking
Oh,
for
well.
issues with the mesh, like right here. So this is a really common problem following this tutorial, because when you're projecting parts of the mesh, if it was like side on to the camera, it will project it that way, and then you can have like overlapping parts of the mesh. So that creates this artifact here, which will be exaggerated when we add more detail to it. So we just want to drag that back. So turn on snapping, and I'll keep proportional turned off, and then I'm just going to move this back over here just to move each of these points back.
I don't have that
Another
issue.
very common problem is you might have parts that have separated from your mesh. Now you can quickly fix this if you just
What do you mean
selected the
separated?
point and then hit G to move it. When you're in that state, it's also snapping it to the mesh. Now you could do that all the way along, like select, tap G, then click, select, tap G, then click.
Ah.
That's, anybody's got time for that. Let's make Blender do the work for us. So there's a tool that's just designed for this, and it's called the Shrink Wrap Modifier. So over to our trusty modifier stack, we're going to add yet another modifier. So add modifier It's not under generate, it's
Oh,
under
that's
the
cool.
form,
Okay.
which we haven't accessed before. New
form.
modifiers. Ooh, the one we're looking for is shrink wrap. And first of all, hasn't done anything because it needs to know what the target is. What is the mesh that we're shrink wrapping our mesh to? So
Okay.
with this little eyedropper tool, you can see when you've clicked it, my cursor's changed to an eyedropper. And now if I hover over objects, I got the name of it. So I want to click on the object that is the donut.
Okay.
And now it's snapped to the donut and made it worse. Why, Andrew, would you make us do that? Remember, the order of your modifier stack matters. So the reason this happened is because we've done it after the solidify mod. So if it works top to bottom, we want the shrink wrap to happen before any of the extrusion happens. So now that it's there, it's correct. And this is what it looks like before, and this is after. And it's subtle, right? And you'll probably see this across your mesh, like little subtle changes where maybe it just separated off the mesh, which wasn't quite a perfect alignment,
Okay,
but this will just
okay.
correct that. So great, we don't need
Made
this
a
here
big
now.
difference
We can just
inside.
apply
I
it
like
because it was
that.
just a once-off operation, and now all our mesh should be perfectly flat. And assuming you haven't got any other issues going on, again, make sure you use my Discord. If you do have issues and you need someone to help, make use of the community. So use that and post your problem, and I'm sure people can help out. All right, so we want to do some sculpting. Now, why do we want to sculpt? Well, because if you look at reference photos of donuts with icing on them, you'll see that icing is obviously a liquid, and liquid does weird things. One of the weird things that it does is that it will pool in certain areas. It's not like a
Yes.
uniform amount all the way on it.
Which is
So
what I
the most
want. I
obvious
want
being,
to pool
at the end of this
here.
trail here, there would be more that would accumulate at the end there.
If
I
it's
think
touching
the
the
reason for it
surface,
is that
maybe.
because it's a viscous fluid, once it runs out of enough fluid, there's not enough to kind of push it forward, but there's enough for it to build up. So
No.
you would have like a
You're
build up
close,
here on
but
each of the
no.
ends. But you would
because
also
it's
have
cooling
buildups
at different
all
rates.
along the edge. And you can see it in reference photos. Like here, we've got this like clear, was it like a glaze? And basically the areas there where it looks whiter, that's a thickened area. So we
Because it's
essentially want to
cooled
replicate
quicker at that spot
across
than it did
our
the
donut.
rest of it.
So we can't do that currently. Like if you go into edit mode, we don't
Sorry, science nerd moment. What he's saying is true. That is what happens, but his reasoning is not correct. Icing cools, so the edge of the icing is going to cool faster than the middle of the icing. The middle of the icing is going to continue to run down the donut, get to the edge. The edge is going to be hardening as it's coming over. So it becomes a thicker piece of the icing because it has cooled multiple times as it laps over. Small thing. Anyway, sorry. He's right if it was like honey, for instance, we'll do that. But it will eventually just pool and drip unless it runs out of honey to continue to drip into it. But icing is not honey. Icing is a hot liquid that cools and hardens to become icing. Sorry, I went on a tangent there. I apologize.
have any mesh to work with because the extrusion, the thickened part, is happening via this modifier. So we need to make the modifier real. So again, we're just going to apply it. Drop down, apply. Now in edit mode, we
Okay. So apply.
have that part of the mesh to work with. So we could, if you wanted to, come in here and like select the points that you want to add, a bulge to, and then very carefully come in and tap G, and then, oh, I've got snapping turned on, turn that off. Pull this out, right? And go like that and go, yep, there's a little bulge there, but that's very tedious to first select a point, then tap a key to move it. It's very tedious. So that's really like you just need to use another tool to do the job. So edit mode is one tool, and it's good for like very precise things when you need to get precise things. But for more like organic shapes, more freehand stuff, that's where sculpting comes in.
Okay.
So at the top here, we've just been flipping between object and edit mode, but the one underneath it is sculpt mode. So when we go into that mode, you'll see that we have on the left-hand side all of these tools that appear. And I mean, this isn't a sculpting like tutorial really. We're just really going to scratch the surface, but they do different things. different sculpting things. Like let's just use the default tool here. Can't really see much happening. Let's just turn up the strength and the size of it. Like it just pulls out that part of it. And even that quick little one stroke, imagine if you had to select each of those points and pull them out one by one. Like that's why this tool is the appropriate tool for this kind of job, right? Because it's very quickly going to enable us to add lots of complex shape. Very cool. So the tool that we're looking for is actually, it's this one, the inflate brush, which is just conveniently the I hotkey, inflate. By the way, if you want to change the size of brushes in Blender, I mean, you've got these ones here. You've also got the strength slider here, but there is a hotkey just to change the size of the brush with F. So F to change the size of the brush, and you just pull out with your cursor to make it bigger and then pull in to reduce it, and then do a single left click to confirm. You can also change the strength with Shift F. So Shift F, pull out, click, and then Shift F, pull in, click. Anyways. So if I was to draw on this, you can see that I'm inflating that edge. I could also inflate here, but you very quickly realize, like, look at that. Look at that. What is that, right? The eye is gonna see that. It's a pro tip. Your eye is like, if you're going low res, don't go low res for things that are round, because your eye is very quickly going to spot low poly things. Actually, just last night I was playing Spider-Man, the Miles Morales one, and there was like this coffee cup that was on a table, and then you walk, and it looks fine, like as a background asset, but then part of it, the mission, you had to go up and read something on the table, and you had to get close to this coffee cup, and it was like 8 vertices. It just looked like almost looked like a nut on a wheel of a car, right? Just like that jagged. So, anyways, what I'm saying is this is a rounded form, so we need more information. We need more detail to sculpt on. The reason this is jagged and the reason there's not enough detail here is that just even though we have a subsurf modifier, a subdivision modifier, it's applying it after we do the sculpt mode. So when you're in sculpt mode, it's still just using your raw mesh here, and then it does this as a secondary step. So if we want to sculpt into this detail, we need to apply this. So I'm going to use more than one. I'm going to use 2 because I want to have even more detail. So importantly, by the way, if you're applying a subdivision modifier, even though you've got 2 levels here, it will always use just the viewport. So your render amount here could be whatever, but when you hit apply, it's just going to apply whatever is in the viewport. So I'm going to go 2 levels and hit apply. Now look at this. Whoo.
Oh.
We have 16 times the detail because we had level 1, which would be 4x.
Oh,
4x,
that's not what I wanted to do.
And then 4x
Bigger.
of 4x,
Bigger.
16. So we have 16 times the vertices to play with. So now when we go into sculpt mode, look at it now. When we sculpt, look at that. So much more room to work with and much more fun. So now that I'm in that state, I'm going to just do little circles with this brush on each of these points here. And the reason I'm doing like little circles like this is that by default, the stroke state is, space. You can switch it to airbrush if you want, and then you can just click and hold it there. But I find that to actually be like harder to control. So I just keep it in space mode and then just do like little circles. And then that enables you to just kind of continue adding more pressure as you move your mouse. So a little circle like that. And there you go. Very quickly, already we have a more interesting looking shape across it. So another brush, another tool, I guess you call it. Is it a brush or is it? I think these technically are called brushes. But anyways, another one that you use all the time is grab. And conveniently, it's the hotkey G. And what this does is just like pushing clay with your finger. It's like, It's really cool. And the reason I'm doing this is I'm actually just exaggerating the design. Because that is what makes appealing design. It's exaggerating the addition and subtraction that you see in a shape, even though in the real world you might not see this like tapered thing like that. Because it's got this bulbous end, you want to draw more attention to that kind of globule at the end there. And to do that, yeah, if you just make this a little bit tapered using this tool, it can do that. And we get to learn about a new tool in Blender, which is the whole point of this tutorial. So, yeah, all right. pull this around, pull this around. Just
But
click
it's
and
not
drag.
smooth.
Click and drag. I could change the shape, size of the brush with F.
That one's fine.
And you've got more time than me,
Okay,
so
whatever.
maybe make this better than what I'm doing really quickly. But just get
Works
you
good
know,
enough.
generally a shape like that, and it should look a little nicer. Okay, so now let's do that raised edge all the way around the rim of this. Now, in previous versions of this tutorial, I said just use the inflate brush and then just like draw across it. The problem with this is that this is so imprecise, and you can accidentally like draw over another bit, and then you look at it side on and you get these like noticeable like divots across the donut. And it's not very it's very hard to do because you keep like accidentally clicking off it and then on it, and you get this like jagged like dig 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 dig. It's not very appealing, the point is. So let's go back. We can learn about another tool. It's another excuse to learn about another tool, and that tool is called the mask tool. So it's actually in the list here, but I never remember what it is. It's just hit M for mask, and it's this one. And what this enables you to do is if you just draw on it, you get this grade shape, right? And then when you're using another tool, like say you switch to the inflate brush now, and if you draw over this, let me just increase this. Yeah, if you drew over this, you can see it's applying an inflation to everything except the area that is dark.
Okay.
And that's how you can create like, you know, a skin lesion on a zombie or something like that. So a mask is very useful in sculpting, used a lot. And we're going to use it in just this case. What we're going to do is mask out just this area along the rim there. And then we're going to apply a constant inflate value to just the area that we've masked. So first use the mask tool. Mask. And it doesn't really make sense to use like a half opaque mask. So we're going to set the strength all the way to 1. And then I'll use a brush size about here. So essentially, where do I want the inflation? Like, do I want this much inflation on the rim? No, probably something about here. And then I'm just going to paint a darkened value all the way across it. I just want to make sure that it's, you know, fairly even. It doesn't have to be completely perfect, but fairly even across it. And
Like, just
I obviously don't want it to be in this part because that, you know, the liquid has flowed all the way down and it's broken the trail and it's gone down there. So I don't want any raised area there. And again, I apologize if this was like tedious, but it's a way to learn Blender piece by piece.
Wait,
Okay.
what?
Hey, speaking of which,
Why are there?
I forgot. With the sculpt tools in Blender, for whatever reason, it has assumed by default that you might want to sculpt on the other side of your mesh. So you can see I've got this smear here, and that's because somewhere I was painting over here, I went through the mesh and it painted on the other side of the mesh over there. Very annoying. So I can undo it. It's just easier than like repainting that whole thing. And what you want to do with your mask tool is underneath brush, set it to front faces only. And that means when you paint, it should mean that as you draw,
Wait, what? How did he? What button did he click?
over there. Very annoying. So I can undo it. It's just easier than like repainting that whole thing. And what you want to do with your mask tool is underneath brush, set it to front faces only. And that means when you paint, it should mean that as you draw, it could still happen, just be careful, but it should happen less. It shouldn't happen like on the opposite side of the same mesh. Anyways, it should happen less. By the way, I didn't call it out because it's not essential, but if you do ever want to isolate and only see the selected object, / is the isolation mode. So / on the number pad or the actual normal keyboard will pull you in and out of that state. Anyway, so now with the mask brush, with front faces only enabled, I can paint along it, and it should happen less, essentially. All right, I don't know what to say, but this doesn't take long once you've set it up. And assuming you've got the strength of 1, by the way, you don't want to have areas with like half opaque, right? Because we want to have a constant value across it as we inflate it. And we should get a nice raised edge that goes all the way along the donut. Okay, great. Just clean it up if you got any areas that look a little untidy, a little unkempt. Yep. Awesome. All right. So, as I mentioned, the mask will actually mask out the area, so you can't paint on it. We obviously want to only paint on the area that we mask. So we want to invert it by just hitting Control-I, same hotkey as Photoshop, etc. And then
I gotta do the inside. How do I unpaint? Or oh, these insides are gonna kill me. Okay. Oops. Ah, shift is the undo. Okay, got it. Make sure that's not painted. Okay. Let's do this. I think my music stopped again. Thought I told it to not stop, but it keeps stopping. Let me finish painting this. Okay.
obviously if we went to the inflate brush and then we just painted, like, yes, we're only now painting onto that area, but it also doesn't solve our problem of like different values across it. So we want to apply a uniform inflation on just these areas. So there is a tool in the sculpt tools called, where is it? Mesh Filter.
Whoopsies.
So I will be honest, it's probably the laziest implementation of a tool in Blender. Like, mesh filters, they're not really well documented. You kind of have to just learn how they work. But unlike all these other brushes here, the way this one works is it's applying a uniform value to the entire mesh. So it doesn't actually matter where you click on the mesh, it's going to apply it. And it's applying what is in the filter types listed here. So if I just click, this is the other thing I have to learn. If I drag to the right, I'm inflating. If I drag to the left, I'm deflating and sort of subtracting the opposite direction. You just kind of have to learn that that's how this specific tool works. My theory is, by the way, to go on a rant, ZBrush's user experience and interface is so arcane, so badly hodgepodge together from ideas over the last 2 decades. They never had any thought in the process. They just lumped it all in there. And Blender's sculpting tools competes with that. So they're like, hey, yeah, the filter tools, yeah, they're not the easiest to understand, but at least we're not ZBrush. That's my theory. It's my working theory I'm going with. But anyways, point is now that we're in this, you could see we're applying a uniform value to everything. Hooray for us. I might also, I'm going to set the strength of this to 0.1, and that just means that as I move the cursor, it's applying less of a value for the movement, so I can use smaller movements. The other thing though is this is a little like, it almost looks, if we go into object mode, it looks like a tube almost around the edge of it. It's not very nice. It basically, the edge that we've got here is too hard. So we can smooth out that edge by using mask, smooth, mask. Okay. Now, if we use the inflate, just to the right a little bit, I'm just going to go with that. Let's go object mode and see how that looks. That's pretty good. I might actually go just a little bit more, just exaggerate it slightly more. There we go. Great. So yeah, that's roughly it. Now there's a little bit of artifacting there because the way the mask works is it's kind of that feathering thing. It's not very exact and it's kind of got some values in between it. So we can smooth that out in sculpt mode by first of all just clearing the mask and then using the smooth tool. By default, it's too high, so just turn it down. And I'm just going to smooth that edge and that'll just sort of clear up some of this artifacting. It's a little too high. For whatever reason, the smooth tool, which also you can access at any point when you're in sculpt mode just by holding down shift, and it'll temporarily invoke the smooth tool, and it'll use the value that is on the smooth tool. So you'll be in this mode and then you hold down shift and it'll actually not use this value, but the value that's on the smooth tool. Again, ZBrush is the competitor, so some things are a little weird here. Anyways, so it's a little too high. Just turn it down, and now we've got a nice value. And I'm just smoothing this out to just clear up some of the artifacting all the way around the mesh.
How did he clear the mesh mode? I'm so confused.
And that's it. Lovely. Hey, if you've made it this far, 3D is in the cards. It's any point when you're in sculpt mode just by that's roughly it. Now there's a little bit of artifacting there because the way the mask works is it's kind of that feathering thing. It's not very exact and it's kind of got some values in between it. So we can smooth that out in sculpt mode by first of all just clearing the mask and then using the smooth tool. By
that doesn't look too
it's
bad.
too high, so just turn it down. And I'm just going to smooth that edge and that'll just sort of clear up some of this artifacting. It's a little too high. For whatever reason, the smooth tool, which also you can access at any point when you're in sculpt mode, little like, it almost looks, if we go into object mode, it looks like a tube almost around the edge of it. It's not very nice. It basically, the edge that we've got here is too hard. So we can smooth out that edge by using mask, smooth, mask. Okay. Now, if we use the inflate, just to the right a little bit, I'm just going to go with that. Let's go object mode and see how that looks. That's pretty good. I might actually go just a little bit more, just exaggerate it slightly more. There we go. Great. So yeah, that's roughly it. Now there's a little bit of artifacting there because the way the mask works is it's kind of that feathering thing. It's not very exact and it's kind of got some values in between it. So we can smooth that out in sculpt mode by first of all just clearing the mask.
Oh, okay.
And then
Clear
using
mask.
the smooth tool.
Okay. Clear mask. Got it. Smooth. Doesn't look too bad. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Let's get the music back on.
By default, it's too high, so just turn it down. And I'm just going to smooth that edge, and that'll just sort of clear up some of this artifacting. It's a little too high. For whatever reason, the smooth tool, which Also, you can access at any point when you're in sculpt mode just by holding down shift, and it'll temporarily invoke the smooth tool, and it'll use the value that is on the smooth tool. So you'll be in this mode and then you hold down shift and it'll actually not use this value, but the value that's on the smooth tool. Again, ZBrush is the competitor, so some things are a little weird here. Anyways, so it's a little too high. Just turn it down, and now we've got a nice value. And I'm just smoothing this out just to clear up some of the artifacting all the way around the mesh. Ba-doop, boop, boop. And that's it. Lovely. Hey, if you've made it this far, 3D is in the cards. It's for you, because we've done some fairly complex things. So if you're a beginner and you're just getting started in Blender, congrats, because it is a steep learning curve, but you have learned some very complex modeling and some sculpting. So congrats, you've made it this far. Why not continue on the series? This is where
All right. We've made it through quite a bit so far. Just kind of looking around if there's anything I want to change. It bugs me that that's going inside, but I don't think that's an issue. Alright, let's see. Somehow we're on part 5, but I've only made 3 saves, so I don't know what I did. I must have forgotten to save after a video. I would never forget to save. That's not something I would ever do. Don't ask Sarah. I definitely don't forget to save in Baldur's Gate. Doesn't happen.
we finished at the end of the last part, and we are ready for some materials. Before we continue,
I like how he has one called "Subscribe, You Filthy Casual." That's hilarious. That's really funny.
we do a check over though, because I looked inside my donut and I saw this,
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
which shouldn't be here, obviously. So make sure you don't have any hidden meshes that should definitely not be there. You've only got your camera, your donut, your icing, and your light. Okay. Okay, so materials.
That was
Let's
kinda
do
funny.
some materials.
I like that.
If we jumped into our render mode, that little button that I showed you on the first part,
Yeesh.
takes you into rendered view mode. You can see we've got a lamp and it's lighting our donut in a very depressing cold gray. So let's give it a material. Down here, the little material tab, and then we're going to hit new.
Starting with the icing, okay.
So just like before, the one thing we're going to change is the color. Let's make it a nice pink color. And that looks pretty good.
I'm not gonna make mine pink. Let's see. Don't mind the white actually, but what I want. That's actually not gonna matter because it's white. Well, let's just continue.
The other value that you typically want to change for a lot of objects is the roughness value. So you can see the further I go all the way to the left-hand side, the more it becomes a mirror. So all the way at 0 is basically a mirror. And then all the way to the right is your like most porous object, like a brick or something like that. Basically something that looks like it doesn't have a reflection, although everything does. The roughness is just merely dissipating that reflection everywhere, so it appears as though it doesn't. But anyways, so we're going to go with like a 0.3, something like that. It's pretty good. And then for the base of our donut, we're going to give it another material, and let's go with a nice orangey yellow, which we will change.
No. I like that there's not a transparency. Well, that's probably not under material. Okay, we'll figure that out later. Donut. Material. We're fine being a little more rough. Okay. It's good for now. I want to make my icing clear if possible, but maybe we don't get to that in this tutorial. I don't know. It's probably... Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's there. Probably under texture. No, wait, it wouldn't be under texture. That doesn't make sense. Never mind. All right.
Change later on, so it won't matter anyway. But that's good. Great. Look at us. We've got a donut. By the way, we'll add some subsurface SSS later on to make this look a little bit more milky, but for now this is good. Now we want to put our donut onto a marble countertop. So first of all, we need that countertop as a separate object. So Shift A, and the one we're looking for is again under mesh, and we're going to go with a plane. So a plane is just a square that's literally made up of 4 vertices. It's the simplest object, but the most versatile that you use it all over the place.
Okay.
I'm going to make this look a little bit bigger. So let's just scale that out with
What do you mean? We don't want a tiny table?
Okay, so we want to make our donut rest onto the countertop. So if I selected my donut base and moved it up, well, there's a problem. right? We need to have both of these move together. So if you want to have one object basically attached to another object while still being its own separate object, you parent it. So the way we parent it is, first of all, you select the object that you want to follow the other object, so the child, and then you select the parent. So holding down Shift, I'm going to now click on the donut base, and then to parent, it's Control P, okay? Or again, if at any time you don't know what it is, just hit F3 for search, and then we can just type in parent.
Control.
Now, by the way, with parent, you get a number of options here. The one you actually want is keep transform. If you just do object, it means if you've ever moved the object like off its base or whatever like that, it'll then like clear its position. So it's actually not the one you want most of the time. So it's keep transform. Now that I've done that, if you've done it in the correct order, you should be able to select the base and then move it, and the icing should go with it. If it doesn't, it means it's probably parented the other way. So again, make sure the object you want to follow, the other one, is selected first, and then the parent is selected last. Okay. So now I'm going to move that up along its z-axis. So G, and then just middle tap and pull it up till it's resting on my counter. Haha, lovely. Now don't worry about this looking like cartoonishly bad in terms of realism. I'm going to show you a button later on, which is just going to make this look phenomenally realistic. That's going to be in some later parts. But for now, this is fine just whilst we work and piece the scene together. So for our countertop here, we need to give it a new material. And then underneath the base color, you can select not just a color by clicking the color, but the little dot next to it, that little yellow thing that looks like a button. It is. If you click that, you get this pop-up or pop-down. And
hold on. Why is it... Ugh, why is it doing this? I want to press G. The donut. I want to press G. A mouse click. Hello? What? Why? I just... Okay. You know what? G, Z. Why is it... G, Z. Should be... better. Okay. What did I miss?
So for our countertop here, we need to give it a new material. And then underneath the base color, you can select not just...
Oh yeah, let me name it countertop.
just a color by clicking the color, but the little dot next to it, that little yellow thing, doesn't look like a button. It is. If you click that, you get this this pop-up or pop-down in this point, which just gives you a number of options, and the one that we're looking for is image texture. So essentially it's replacing that import from a flat color to an image texture property. And it's now black, and it's asking you what image texture. So we need an image texture. Now, we could go to just Google Images and just find any old marble texture, download that. The problem, usually, with textures on the web is that what most people call a texture is not ideal for 3D. Most textures are good for websites, but for 3D, we need extra information to tell the 3D software how the material property looks, like how does it reflect light, what do the bumps look like across the surface, and all that information is never available on these sites. So to find those textures, you have to go to a separate dedicated website. And the website that I recommend is Polygon. And the reason I recommend it is because it's mine. It's my website. That's why I recommend it. No, I started it 8 years ago because I was pretty dissatisfied with the quality of the texture websites that were available at the time. So I used my YouTube money to invest in a team and some high-tech equipment. We went out into the world and we scanned stuff to a very high quality standard. And over the years, we've grown it to include models and HDRIs as well. And obviously, a lot of this stuff is paid, but we also have a free range. And obviously, we're going to be using a free texture for this part. So this is the free texture. This is the one we're going to use. And first of all, although it is free, you do need to sign up for an account. So you can just sign up with Google. That's usually the easiest one. It's a couple of onboarding questions. I would like to actually know how you, are you a professional? Are you a student? That's kind of interesting to me to know that.
Yeah, I'm not going to sign
I'm
up.
just going to say continue with free account.
Uh,
And if you click the link in the description, again, this is the marble, and we just want to hit download. And you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, it's downloading. It is a large size, but this is because it's 8K, and we've got maps at like 16-bit depth to get all of that accurate information there. But once it is finished, it'll just appear in your downloads. Then you just unzip the zip file as you would normally. And then finally, you should see...
You know what? We'll just go download it. Ugh. Change scenes though while I do this. Okay. There we go.
Some glory. And then when you get to here, you're just going to say continue with free account. But power through that at depth to get all of that accurate information there. But once it is finished, it'll just appear in your downloads. Then you just unzip the zip file as you would normally.
Just unzipping the file. Okay.
And then finally, you should see some glorious high resolution images and ones with extra information like roughness. Very, very subtle, but will come through when we do the render. So back into Blender where we've got that image texture, we're going to click on open. Then navigate to where you unzipped it, and then just click on the one that ends with COL in the name, and then just hit open. And here it is. Okay.
I think I can go back now. There's our nice marble countertop.
And it looks great up close. Only problem is, of course, look at that reflection. So bland, so fake. And as I mentioned before, fake is the enemy, and you need to squash it by just adding variance. So that's where our roughness map is going to come in. And while we could try to add it in here, this section on the right hand side, it's actually not where you do most of your material work, because this is kind of like a simplified, dumbed down version. It doesn't really, it gets a little bit complicated when you try and add too many things to it, because there's like too many menus and drop downs and all that kind of stuff. So instead, if you go to your shading tab at the top of the screen there, this will change the layout of the screen to something completely different we haven't seen before. And lots of windows, actually too many. I never actually need this one on the right hand side. So where you just mouse over where you've got the divider and then just right click and then say join areas. And then you want to join it to the left to close it. And then I'll do the same here because I've never needed those on the left hand side. So I've just got my view at the top here and then this one here. And the reason, by the way, this looks different than what we had before is because this is the material preview, but you can change it back to what we had before by clicking that. So material preview, by the way, it's the same. It's a rendered mode, but it's using lights, a different light set. The little material tab, and then we're going to hit new. So just like before, the one thing we're going to change is the color. Let's make it a nice pink color. And that looks pretty good. The other value that you typically want to change for a lot of objects is the roughness value. So you can see the further I go all the way to the left-hand side, the more it becomes a mirror. So all the way at 0 is basically a mirror. And then all the way to the right is your like most porous object, like a brick or something like that. Basically something that looks like it doesn't have a reflection, although everything.
Oh, I realized I was muted that entire time. I broke something. I don't know how I broke it. But I'm back. I fixed it. Now I gotta add the plane again. I gotta parent these properly. Keep transform. Add plane. Scale. I parented the wrong way. Oh well. Okay. Let's do this again. All right, we're back to where we were. Back to where we were.
Thing does. The roughness is just merely dissipating that reflection everywhere. So made up of 4 is, first of all, you select the looking for is image texture. So essentially, most information is never, it's mine. It's my website. It's what I render. So back into Blender, where we've got that image texture, we're going to click on open. Then navigate to where you unzipped it, and then just click on the one that ends with COL in the name, and then just hit open. And here it is. Okay, and it looks great up close. Only problem is, of course, look at that reflection. So bland, so fake. And as I mentioned before, fake is the enemy, and you need to squash it by just adding variance. So that's where our roughness map is going to come in. And while we could try to add it in here, this section on the right-hand side, it's actually not where you do most of your material work, because this is kind of like a simplified, dumbed-down version. It doesn't really, it gets a little bit complicated when you try and add too many things to it, because there's like too many menus and drop-downs and all that kind of stuff. So instead, if you go to your shading tab at the top of the screen there, this will change the layout of the screen to something completely different we haven't seen before. And lots of windows, actually too many. I never actually need this one on the right hand side. So where you just mouse over where you've got the divider and then just right click and then say join areas. And then you want to join it to the left to close it. And then I'll do the same here because I've never needed those on the left hand side. So I've just got my view at the top here and then this one here. And the reason, by the way, this looks different than what we had before is because this is the material preview, but you can change it back to what we had before by clicking that. So material preview, by the way, it's the same. It's a rendered mode, but it's using lights, a different light setup. Basically, just an HDRI, which is like a fake kind of light and reflection map, just so that you can quickly preview materials. And really, you could use either or. They both kind of show the material, but yeah, let's use this one. Okay, but the bit that we're looking for is here. So this section here is your node setup, and it's actually an exact duplicate of what we did over here, because this on the right hand side is the simplified version. If you're just doing like a quick change, you might want to use this, but over here, this is what's actually happening to it underneath the hood, right? So you can see as I change this on the right hand side, that is also changing there. So they are linked. So the way nodes work is basically a left to right function. So we start over here with our image texture, it goes into our shader, which is the material for this plane, and then it comes out into a material output, and that's what is fed into the final shader. So essentially we could do anything, like for example, and this is one of the value of nodes, is between these two nodes, we could add another node. Like for example, I could hit Shift A to add, again, same hotkey, works everywhere. And then I could add in like a hue saturation value node. And then I could change the hue of my marble to look blue, right? Or something else. So that's the power of nodes, and you could just keep going, adding in adjustments and everything you want. So nodes, very, very flexible. They do look daunting because they get all these like, you know, squid looking lines going everywhere, but it's very, very convenient, very customizable. Okay, but we want to add something to our roughness so that we don't have a flat single value roughness, which is what that is currently. We want to use that map that we just downloaded. So one, you could hit Shift A and then add an image text this way, but actually we could also just drag out from that input there and then just do a release, and it'll now say, what do you want to add in this input? And we could type in image texture color and then hit enter. Then here, go to that same place that we unzipped it, and then we're looking for the one with roughness in the name. So roughness in the name, and then hit open. Okay, so this is better, right? You can kind of see we've got some detail there, but it doesn't look quite right. Something is not going right. It's because when you add an image texture, Blender doesn't really know what type of information it is yet, and by default it's looking at the color information even though there isn't really color there. So instead we need to tell Blender this is a special map and we're just looking at the values, right? So essentially the color space here, we need to change it from sRGB, where it's a standard photo color, to instead non-color data, or just non-color, I guess they've changed it. But now you can see that looks correct, right? So look at all that. We got scratches, we got smudges. It's infinitely more realistic than what we had previously. So beyond that though, we could also add in little tiny bumps, okay? So bumps are in a place you would not expect. There's not a bump value here. It's actually under normal. So normal, you hear that word a lot in 3D. It just basically means the face, which direction is the face pointing, right? So if this is your face of the plane, you're pointing this way, that's the normal, right? But you can change the normal information to kind of tweak it to pretend like there is detail in that, okay? Essentially, we can plug in a specialized map called a normal map. Okay, so we're going to drag out from that normal map and then release, and then image texture. That's the last use thing. That's the one we want. I'm just going to click color, then drop, and then hit open. Go to that same folder. And this is the one, the purple one. It's the weirdest looking map. You always know you're looking at a CG texture map directory because it's the purple one and it's got NRM in the name for normal. And hit open. And just like before, it's not going to be correct because it thinks this is a color image texture, just like for photos. So we need to change it again to non-color data. And now you would think that would fix it, but no, it looks even worse. What did we do? The problem is we need to convert this image texture into something this can read. So we need to put another node in between here. So the node is found under Shift A for add, then vector normal map. So click and then just drop it here so it highlights between it, and then just drop it. And it will now finally be correct. And if I go full screen with control space, I didn't mention that before, but yeah, control space, and then you can go full screen, and you can see we've got very subtle little chips and divots across the texture along with those smudges, and it just looks way more believable. It means you don't have to worry about this part of your scene. It's just going to work and you're going to get all that detail for free, and just makes life a little bit easier. But it is a lot of work. Like what you've just made is a PBR shader, and yeah, it's a lot of work, all those little maps and everything, and having to know which setting is which. But it is a very common thing to learn, so that's why I wanted to include it in here. If I could plug my own website again, though, I will say we did hear you, because a lot of people say that. So we actually made an add-on called the Polygon add-on, which I'll actually show you how to install later on, because that is actually important for 3D, because you use a lot of add-ons. But to plug it very quickly, it actually does all of that without you having to leave Blender. So it'll download the texture for you. There we go. See, it's downloading. It's actually faster through the add-on. And then once you've got it, you just hit apply, and then it will do all of that node work for you in the background, and it'll just apply it to the mesh for you. So you don't have to do all that all the time. And in fact, most people, I think, if you're working on big scenes, you're using libraries, you're using add-ons like this, so you don't have to do it all manually all the time. But it is important to know the process, so that's why I wanted to show it. But anyways, this was our material and we are happy with it. Well done. Let's go back to the layout tab. And now we're going to do one more thing. So you see our donut base here. Let's just isolate this donut for one moment here by hitting /, which I mentioned previously. Okay, when you're in /, this is isolate mode, which means it's literally turning off everything, including the lamp, which is why it's dark. But if you turn on material preview, then you get this. So this is okay. But if you look at real references of donuts, you'll see that it's typically whiter around the middle. And the reason for that is, as I mentioned before, the way it cooks, right? It's only like half submerged and then it's flipped. And it means that the bits that are closest to the surface are cooked less. So there's usually like a whiter part around the rim. And I mean, really, this is just an excuse to show you another part of Blender, which is texture paint. So at the top there, click the texture paint tab. And again, let's go into isolate mode without
Dear
donut
God.
there.
Dear God.
Why are we not seeing? Okay, there we go. So what texture paint does is it lets you paint directly onto your mesh. But if we try doing it, you can see nothing's happening. And it does give you a warning at the bottom, missing textures detected. So to paint, you're painting into an image and the image doesn't exist yet. So we have to give it one. So go to the material tab. And then here where we got base color, we set it up as yellow, but we're actually just gonna override it now. So click that little yellow dot again and then say image texture. So now it's black, doesn't have an image. So, and instead of clicking open, we're gonna click new. So we're gonna be creating a brand new image. And let's call this donut base. We could make this high-res if we want, but don't. This is more than enough for a donut base, that's fine. And this will just save us time. The color, this will just fill the, it'll fill the image for us with a flat color. So we're just gonna go for something pretty similar to what we had before, a nice yellowy color like that. And by the way, make sure you're all the way bright, otherwise your donut is gonna be a little bit dark. So yeah, there we go. All right, and then hit okay. And once we've done that, you should, I mean, it should be over there on the left-hand side, but if it doesn't pop up, you can just select it from the drop-down donut base, and there we go. So now we're in this state. Look what I can do. Ooh, fancy. So, I don't know why I said it like that. But we can paint directly onto our mesh. So to understand this, because it's kind of weird, you can also paint directly over here. And you might be thinking like, well, how does it know, like, how do I know which part over here is actually going to be painted over onto the donut there? You might not care, but it's actually good to understand how it works. So basically this mesh here, it has to be unwrapped over onto this left-hand side here, because that's the only way to have a 2D texture, 2D flat image be applied to a mesh is to unwrap it in some way.
Okay.
I mean, there's projection. I'm not getting into that. To unwrap it. And unwrapping is essentially like, there is a meme actually that explains it. But if you have like a chocolate, right, that is wrapped in some tinfoil, if you flatten it out, that is essentially UV unwrapping. There are little places in that wrapping where there had to be a cut, right? And then that cut was wrapped around the object. That's what UV unwrapping is. So the reason this works for us is because the cuts are actually already in place for default objects. So this torus is already perfectly UV unwrapped, so we don't have to do anything. I did want to mention it though, because it's important to understand UV unwrapping. Anyways, so we could actually paint directly on here, as I mentioned. White is a little bit too extreme though. So I'm going to click that and choose a color. First of all, I'm going to select the eyedropper and then not click over here because that's got shading information. I'm going to click on the left-hand side so we get the exact color. And then I'm going to make it closer to white. So not fully white because that'll be too far, but closer to white. And I'm also going to change the strength of my brush. Yeah, I'll make it about halfway. And then now I can do paints across it. And this will enable you to get a much more natural feel because you'll have, just like, in fact, I might even go a little bit softer and that way you can kind of just paint across it. And this is very forgiving because we've got icing that's going to go over the top of it. But that's good. We don't want it to be too extreme. Let's just make it, I might go the other way. Make this a little bit more saturated. Anyways, that's basically all we need to do. We just want to just dab our toes into the field of texture painting. I would say texture painting, by the way, it's one of the weaker areas of Blender. It's actually due for an update at some point in the future. But it doesn't do like, you can't paint into like the height information or the roughness information at the same time like you can with Substance Painter. But it's got basic functionality. Now, importantly, this is an image, but it's not saved into your blend file. It still needs to be manually saved. So see at the top left-hand corner there, it's got image with a star. If you see that star, it means you've got changes that haven't been saved. So we need to go image and then save and specify where are we going to put our image. Because if we don't do this, we're going to lose it. So it has to be saved somewhere. So I'm just going to save it, anywhere. It has to be saved somewhere because it will not be saved as part of the blend file. Very important to know that. Otherwise, you can lose texture paint work that you've done. But there we go. So now to bring back everything, remember if it looks like, where's the rest of my scene gone? See the top left-hand corner? Local means it's isolated mode. So that means you just have to hit / again, and it brings back everything. And then
I wasn't paying attention. Got distracted. What? What was he saying?
your blend file, it still needs to be manually saved. So see at the
Manually
top
saved.
left-hand corner there, it's got an image with a star. If you see that star, it means you've got changes that haven't been saved. So we need to go image and then save and specify where are we going to put our image. Because if we don't do this, we're going to lose it. So it has to be saved somewhere. So I'm just going to save it, anywhere. It has to be saved somewhere because it will not be saved as part of the blend file. Very important to know that. Otherwise, you can lose texture paint work that you've done. But there we go. So now to bring back everything, remember if it looks like, where's the rest of my scene gone? See the top left-hand corner? Local means it's isolated mode. So that means you just have to hit / again, and it brings back everything. And there we are. So that's the extent of this part of the tutorial. As I mentioned, some of you might be wondering, when are we going to...
Okay, so this is what I have so far. Not sure I like my... not sure I like my line there. Let's go back to that. Let's put the music on again. I thought I told it to, not stop playing music, but it seems to have wanted to stop playing music again. No, not shading. Texture paint. What if I take that? Let's just repaint this all for a second here. Maybe I need to go a little lower. Okay. Now we save. Oh shoot. I just overwrote part 3. Whoopsies. Alright, next video.
make that lovely subsurface scattering. The time has finally come to decorate our delicious looking donut with some sprinkles. So the feature we need for that is called Geometry Nodes, and you can access it by going to the top of your screen. If you don't see it, just middle mouse drag across and you'll see the tab Geometry Nodes. Ooh. So it's adjusted your screen layout. Don't get disorientated. Your donut is still there. This screen on the left here, it's called the spreadsheet. Never needed it. Touch on wood, never will. So we can just close that, right click, join areas, and then just collapse it into it. Okay. So with your icing selected, click the new button.
Icing.
Welcome to the world of Geometry Nodes. So Geometry Nodes is actually a modifier. So when we hit new there, we've added in a modifier called Geometry Nodes. And what the modifier is doing is whatever we want it to. Okay. So what this section down here is, this is a node-based system, and it looks familiar, right? You got boxes with little lines, and it's the exact same type of system that was used in our materials, right? But it's a completely different system, okay? So the same nodes will not be referenced between the completely different systems. So the way this works is our mesh that we've got here of our icing is what is being represented on the left-hand side with your input. It's then taking that mesh and it's feeding it all the way to the right, and it's going to spit out whatever is in your group output.
Okay, that makes sense.
Currently, nothing has changed because there's nothing between those points. But if I was, for example, don't follow me, but just as an example, if I was to add a set position node, drop this in here, and then change the position of the icing along the Z axis, you can see it's raised it. Okay, now the mesh, if I go into edit mode, is still there. The mesh has not changed. So we're not actually moving the object. This is just happening after the fact via a modifier. Okay, now obviously this would be a rather pointless use for geometry nodes to move it, because you could just move it. But as an example, let's say, I don't know, you had a scene where lots of objects, some of them are raised, some of them are not, and you wanted to quickly...
By the way, games do that, and a lot of times that causes clipping issues. I don't know why games even bother to do that. Although sometimes it's just the way it's rigged in the game too, because they simplified the meshes in the game. But anyway, not the point. This is bad for clipping issues.
Change them. What you could do with geometry nodes, in this case, you could actually expose this offset value by dragging it to the left over here. And when you do that, you can see it's now appeared over here in our modifier stack. What that means is whenever I'm in another part of Blender, say I'm like building stuff, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I need to quickly, change the height of that icing, I've got it there whenever I need to. So essentially, this system enables you to build your own tool that does something that you want it to do in a really flexible way. So it's really powerful. And before geometry nodes, I mean, Blender was kind of limited in what you can do, but I'll throw some examples here. But in the last 2 years since it's been in Blender, people have done some wild stuff with it. And most of this stuff really was just not possible in Blender before without doing custom scripting. So it's really opened up the doors. So it is a very different system, like it's a different way of working than just hands-on in 3D, but it's a really flexible, really valuable system. So any time spent learning geometry nodes, I think, is time well spent. So we want to do sprinkles, and to do that we need to first of all scatter some points onto our mesh. So to do that, hit Shift A for add, and then we're looking for point, distribute points on faces. Okay. And then it's just it's just going to put you in a placement state. And if you just mouse over that line there till it lights up, if you click, it's going to automatically connect it for you. And now you can see we've got points on our icing and a density value. Great. But you might notice the icing has actually disappeared. Ooh. Now the reason for that is we've told it, okay, take that icing object and convert it into points, and then just give us the points back. Okay, so what we need to do is say, yes, we want the points, but we also want the original mesh. So we can do that by adding in a node that you use all the time, which is Shift A, Geometry, Join Geometry. So you'll find this node in probably any geometry nodes tutorial. Very versatile. So drop it in here after the points, and you'll notice this input here is a different shape. So normally inputs are circles or triangles or whatnot. This one is a long and elongated shape to signify that it can accept multiple inputs. So unlike these where you can only accept one, this can accept many. So what we need to do is take the output of our original mesh and then feed it over to here. And now we have both the original mesh and we have our points, and they're being combined together and then put into our output. Okay, very cool, awesome. All right, so if we were to give this a render right now, you would actually see nothing because these points don't physically exist. They just exist in the 3D space. If we want them to show up in the render, we have to tell it, what do you want to render them as? So for that, we need to add an object to be our sprinkle. So your
more
sprinkle
sprinkles.
can be whatever you want. We're actually going to make two different types of sprinkles in this donut series.
More
So we're going to start
sprinkles.
with a very simple one, just a round ball. So just like you would add another object normally, Shift A, and then go Mesh, and then go UV Sphere. Now, this sphere is going to be referenced whenever you want. We're actually going to make two different types of sprinkles in this donut series. So we're going to start though with a very simple one, just a round ball. So just like you would add another object normally, Shift A, and then go Mesh, and then go UV Sphere. Now, this sphere is going to be referenced for every single sprinkle. Okay, so we want to go as low res as we can get away with. So I'm going to go with 12 segments and then 8 rings. If you're on a really slow computer and you think this is really going to suffer later on, you could go even lower, but I don't want to go too low because otherwise we're going to see that jagged edge because it's a rounded form. So I don't want to go too much lower than that. But I do want to adjust the scale because obviously this needs to be a tiny little sprinkle. So let's go 0.01. Okay, awesome. All right, now with our icing selected again, you'll notice, by the way, that if you click another object, you don't see your nodes because it's only going to show you the active object's geometry nodes. So if you want the nodes to just be there no matter what, if you click the pin button there, that means no matter what is selected, it's only going to be showing you this object's, the one that we pinned, geometry nodes. Okay. All right, so to reference, we need to reference that little sphere that we've just created in our geometry node system. And you can do it very easily just by dragging down from your outline up here, just dragging it down into your geometry nodes and dropping it. Okay. So now let's just create some room here. Make a little bit of space. Okay. And what I need to do is add another node to reference this object. And the node is Shift A, Instances on Points, the top one. Okay, and then I want to drop it in here between Distribute Points on Faces and my Join Geometry. So drop it in right there till it lights up. Now the points have disappeared because we're now saying replace those points with whatever is in that instance input. So I'm going to take my geometry from my object info and drag it into the instance. And look at that. We have got our spheres appearing all over it. And if I increase the density, we've got sprinkles. And if I do a render, it will actually display. Doesn't look very good, hey, but it does work, which is the main thing right now. Okay, so first things first, you'll notice that as we increase the density, first problem is that they're crowding each other. They are straight up overlapping each other with no respect for its fellow sprinkle, right? Because it's just a random distribution. So we can change that by going here in our Distribute Points on Faces, change it from random distribution to Poisson Disk distribution. Poisson, what a name. So it's changed, but that's just because it's changed your density max, so just increase it again. With this Poisson Disk distribution, you get this extra value here, distance min. So now if we can set a low value, we can start to delete. It's almost like each one of those points now is going to have a little radius around it. And if it detects a point within that radius, it's going to delete it. So we just need to increase it slowly, very, very slowly, until we can't see them intersecting anymore. To about there, honestly. If you go too high, like if you really wanted to make sure they weren't touching, you go really high, but it starts to look like too evenly spaced, you know? Like, yeah, it's not actually registering the other objects. It's like, it's just doing this little radius thing, which just happens to be perfect for a ball-shaped object, but it's not like an advanced, like it's gonna try to fill in all the gaps for you. So yeah, you just kind of, I usually set it to like a little bit of clipping is okay, but I don't want there to be too much. But let's go, yeah, something, I don't know, something like that. We'll actually adjust this later on. I'm just doing it just for this point. All right, a much bigger problem, if I hit Control Tab to go full screen here, if I look at my mesh, I've got sprinkles everywhere. And in fact, I've actually got sprinkles underneath
what I thought was going to happen.
icing. And that's not good, because it's actually going to put that in the render. Even though you won't see it, your computer is going to use resources to render little individual balls underneath the icing.
Yep.
Which is not what we want, obviously. So, going back here, what we need to do to fix this is we need to do weight painting, okay? It's not texture painting, it's a special thing called weight painting. So with your icing selected, if you go from your object mode, you'll see one there called weight paint. Now, your mesh will become blue, and weight paint is actually referenced in multiple parts of Blender. Like if you're doing rigging and animation, you would use weight painting a lot during the rigging step to assign values to certain bones. Essentially what it's doing is it's allowing you to paint a value between 0 and 1 onto any part of the mesh, and then reference that however you want. So we can then reference that weight paint mask in our geometry nodes and use this almost as, well, exactly as a mask for our sprinkles. So if we just do some paint right here on it, you'll see that we have some colors, right? Now these colors aren't going to appear in the render. It's just for you to visualize those values.
The heat map.
The blue value means a value of 0, and the red value is a 0 of 1. I believe actually in maybe not the next version of Blender, but maybe the version, I don't know, but they're planning to change the colors of this. So depending on the value, on how late watching this you are, your colors might be different here, but it should be the same. Essentially, you should have a brush of 1, and you should be able to paint from 0, which would give a blue value in this case, to a value of 1. So whatever is 1, whatever is red, is where our sprinkles will go.
Oh, okay.
But you'll notice that this is not having any effect. Okay, so we need to reference it. Now, that weight paint that we just did is actually, if we go to our data tab here, it's actually a vertex group. Okay, so that's where that paint went. So you could actually create multiple weight paint types just by like creating them here. But we've just created one, and it's added one.
Yeah, hold on. Okay. Okie dokie. Ah, shoot. Do we have to paint this whole thing? Guess that's fine. think that's gonna be all right. Maybe? I don't know. We'll see what this looks like. All right. What was he saying?
Here for us. So we can give it a name by double clicking it, and let's call it Sprinkle Mask 1. I believe actually in maybe not the next version of Blender, but maybe the version, I don't know, but they're planning to change the colors of this. So depending on the value, on how late watching this you are, your colors might be different here, but it should be the same. Essentially, you should have a brush of 1, and you should be able to paint from 0, which would give a blue value in this case, to a value of 1. So whatever is 1, whatever is red, is where our sprinkles will go. But you'll notice that this is not having any effect. Okay, so we need to reference it. Now, that weight paint that we just did is actually, if we go to our data tab here, it's actually a vertex group. Okay, so that's where that paint went. So you could actually create multiple.
Where did he go? Ah, okay. Got it.
Weight paint types just by like creating them here. But we've just created one and it's added one here for us. So we can give it a name by double clicking it, and let's call it Sprinkle Mask. Okay. In fact, is it a mask? It's more of a density, sprinkle density, I guess, because it's not a masking out. Anyway, all right, sprinkle density. Okay, and where I want to reference this in my geometry node stack is in the distribute points on faces. There is one value here called density factor, which we got when we used the Poisson disk thing. And this is just a value of 0 to 1. Very convenient. So if I drag out from here and then release, I can add in a new node and it'll just automatically connect it. And the node that you're looking for is called the named attribute. Don't feel bad if you're like, well, how would I know that it's called the named attribute? Because it's called vertex groups over here. You think like, okay, I'm going to type in vertex group, but it's an attribute, but it's one of many attributes, and geometry nodes can do many things. So it's just called the named attribute. So anyways, all right. So underneath name, we're just going to click that box and you'll get a pop up or pop down, and you're looking for sprinkle density. And there it is. Haha. So now going back into weight paint mode, we can act like an artist and put the sprinkles wherever we want, sprinkles on our donut, which is really cool. So sprinkles are typically, they're like on a plate, and then the wet donut with icing on it is just like dabbed onto it. So you get like a heavy amount of sprinkles right on the top like that, and then less around the sides. And then I usually do like a few like dabs like this, just for some variance. And then also if you hold down Control, that will do so the weight that's being painted is 1, but if I hold down Control, it's going to do a negative value. And I can adjust my strength there as well. And I can just do some negative paints across it. Maybe a couple here as well. And I'm trying to deliberately make it look choppy, because I find that if you make it look too like uniform, then it just looks very boring and artificial. Because the real world would have more sprinkles collecting in certain areas than others, right? Maybe it's just like wetter on that part, right? So more would stick to it, or more force was put on that part of the plate as the donut was dabbed into it, right? You just kind of have to think of this stuff, because in the digital world, it's far too easy to make something that looks predictable and boring, and we don't want that. But there we go, something like that. And you could obviously finesse it and make it better than what it is, but that's what we got. You'll notice each of these spheres have a very jagged looking shape, and that's because the sphere itself down here. Oh, I don't think I mentioned this. If you want to quickly zoom to an object without having to find it and pan around, number pad period key. Probably should have mentioned that before, but haven't really needed it because we have not worked with that many objects, but that'll focus to that object. If you're on a laptop, by the way, if you hold down the tilde key, that'll bring up this section here, and then you've got view selected right there. So tilde is that key underneath your escape key. But anyways, so this is what our sphere looks like. So right click, shade smooth.
Sure, good enough. All right, what was he saying?
Looking shape, and that's because the sphere itself down here. Oh, I don't think I mentioned this. If you want to quickly zoom to an object without having to find it and pan around, number pad period key. Probably should have mentioned that before, but haven't really needed it because we have not worked with that many objects, but that'll focus to that object. If you're on a laptop, by the way, if you hold down the tilde key, that'll bring up this section here, and then you've got view selected.
The period key is not working. Period key, not working. Numpad period, not working. So, yeah, numpad period, not working. I don't know why. Oh, because it wasn't displayed. Got it. It's working now.
Escape key. But anyways, so this is what our sphere looks like. So right click, shade smooth, and now all those sprinkles have a shade smooth. Haha, very nice. All right, now let me just show you a quick little issue that you might run into. If you were to duplicate your donut and create two, and then on the second donut, you're like, hey, I want to have some spice in my scene. I don't want to have the exact same count of sprinkles across both donuts. Let's give a different value to this one over here.
It applies to both.
You can see
Got
that
it.
they are now sharing the same value because this node group here is
because it's not a second geometry node. It's the same geometry node.
But if you wanted, I mean, you could make it its own single object so that they're not linked. But if you wanted everything else to remain the same, so that let's say you change the sprinkle at some point, that's preserved across it. But that one value you want to be different across multiple objects, you can expose it. So just like what I did at the start, if I drag out from the value I want to expose, and then I put it up to here in my group input, the empty slot, if I just release it, it's now disappeared.
And you can do it for each one.
From here.
I'm actually going to go ahead and do that.
My modify stack over here. And now I can put in a different value. So this has now got a value of 2000 and this one is 500. So essentially by dragging it out and exposing it, it's essentially removing the value from this node setup and saying this is its own separate thing, which is independent per object. And it has a two birds, one stone kind of effect that it makes it more accessible. So in a completely different part of Blender, I'm working on my scene and I'm just very quickly giving different sprinkle amounts to different donuts, right?
Yeah.
Like a madman, right? No one can stop me. But yeah, very cool. And that's now exposed. Oh, the other thing we probably want to do though, with that this group input here, is I want to give it a different name because density max, you know, not really that useful. I can call it sprinkle density, right?
How did he
So now
rename
it's
it?
like a
Hold on,
fully
wait.
customized,
How did he do that?
giving different sprinkle amounts to different donuts, right? Like a madman, right? No one can stop me. But yeah, very cool. And that's now exposed. Oh, the other thing we probably want to do though, with that this group input here, is I want to give it a different name because density max.
How?
You know, not
How did? Hello?
And that's now exposed. Oh, the other thing we probably want to do though, with that this group input here, is I want to give it a different
What did he click? How? Oh, Ed. Okay. Okay.
name because density max, you know, not really that useful. I can call it sprinkle density, right? So now it's like a fully customized little
Oops,
node group.
I'm
that
not
I could
clicked into
drop on
the-
any object. I could be building a car in the future, and I'm like, it needs sprinkles, and I can just drop this on it, and I've got a sprinkle density value for my car, right? So you can see how geometry nodes, you can build something really customized for what you want, and then it's just readily accessible every time you need to use it. Awesome. Now, one issue that I will show you with this, and actually it's not specific to geometry nodes, but this entire time for all these videos, we've been building a donut which is too big. So if you hit N in your properties, oh, that's the polygon thing, you can see the size, the dimensions of your donut is 1.2 by 1.2 meters, which for Americans, oh, actually, yeah, you can change it. You could change your units to the wacky imperial one. Yeah, 4 feet, right? Okay.
A 4-foot donut, chat.
Okay.
Who wants a 4-foot
Now, why
donut?
does it matter, right? Because, like, okay, if you're looking at this, how are you to actually know that this is 1.2 meters rather than the regular size donut? It doesn't actually matter yet, but when we get to like rendering with depth of field, or maybe you want to
Subdex.
import other objects from other scenes, having a value that is actually true to the object will save you so much time, and it'll also make it so that your camera settings, etc., are actually correct. So that bit is very important. So essentially, we should resize this. And
I don't want to
really,
resize
a real
it.
donut is about 12 centimeters, which is exactly 1/10 of what we've got right here. So if we select everything in the entire scene, which you can do by just hitting A for everything, I don't know, A for all, yeah, that makes more sense, okay. Then if we hit S to scale, okay, we're now in a scale, oh, actually, okay. Well, now it's going to scale it and the plane is going to be off the ground. Okay. All right, well, let's not scale the lamp and the camera. So everything else, selecting the donut, the lamp, the donut, the plane, and the sphere, then S, and then I want to scale it by exactly 10%. Now, how could I do that? Well, if you look in the top left-hand corner, you've got
How you doing, Dex?
the values there. And if I went to 0.1, then it would be exactly 1/10 of what it was. But how can I get it exactly?
What if we
at
flip it
0.1?
upside down?
Well, two things. One, if you hold down Control, when you're moving any value in Blender, it'll move it in increments, which in this case is 0.1. But you can also actually just type in the exact value you want, 0.1, and hit Enter.
Oh.
And now, if we look at the size of our donut, click N, hit N, you can see it's 0.12 meters or centimeters, you know. Anyway, and that's
Why is?
great,
But it's.
but
Why
there's
did
a
mine go off the ground? Oh, because I clicked.
what you
Hold on.
might notice, I mean, there's not a problem now, but when you change
do
the
not-
scale or the rotation of an object, actually, it's only changed its what do you call it? Its local scale. It hasn't actually applied it on a global level yet. So the sprinkle here and the donut have actually got a like pretend value. The scale is set at 0.2, and it's almost like
go.
it's saying to the
Wait,
scene,
it's still off
not
the
its
ground.
real scale.
What?
It's just been faked. to
Why are
be
you
that
off the
size.
ground?
It needs to be applied if you want to like confirm.
Zero. Donut? Why are you... Been lurking? Nice. That's not what I wanted. The camera controls are the hardest thing for me to get used to. How's Pal World been? I should go up a little higher. Oh, it's not what I clicked on. Good enough. Good enough. All right. I completely missed what he was saying.
What you might notice, I mean, there's not a problem now, but when you change the scale or the rotation of an object, actually, it's only changed its what do you call it? Its local scale. It hasn't actually applied it on a global level yet. So the sprinkle here and the donut have actually got a like pretend value. The scale is set at 0.2, and it's almost like it's saying to the scene, that's not its real scale. It's just been faked to be that size yet. It needs to be applied if you want to like confirm really that this is the true scale or rotation of the thing. And you do that by selecting the things and then hitting Control A and then applying scale. Okay, so now we've done that.
Okay.
We can see something's changed. So our
Nothing
donut
changed.
here with the sprinkles has now massively changed its density count. And the reason for this is that, if we go geometry nodes again, let's zoom in here.
Because I don't have them selected. Hold on,
Let's
wait.
look at it with this. This density, this sprinkle density,
Okay, I see.
is actually not the count of sprinkles.
Oh,
at
Jesus
all.
Christ.
It's
Look how tiny they are.
density in relation to the whole scene. And the way I think of it is like, okay, it's a weird visualization, but if you've got a car and it's driving along a highway, right, a certain amount of bugs are going to hit the windshield, okay? And the bugs
Why did
could
this
be
one not
defined by
scale?
here. But the
Hello?
smaller the object is, right, you could have the same amount of bugs going across the highway. But if it was like a tiny Matchbox car, there's going to be very few bugs that's going to hit it, okay? So the density is kind of like the density of the world. And now that we've made the object smaller, there's only 3 sprinkles left. There's only 3 bugs that's hit the windshield of our donut here. So this value now needs to be much bigger.
Why is this one sprinkle just like hanging out? Oh, that's the reference sprinkle. You're supposed to be at 0, 0, 0. There we go. Why? Okay. Back to geometry nodes. Because the distance was 0.15 meters, but it doesn't need to be that anymore. Got it.
In fact, it needs to be exactly like if it was 6,000 before, it needs to be, 60,000 now. But the problem is that it's not just a value here. The distance min value has also changed because this is also based on a real world value. So this now needs to be really small. So let's try 0.01. And that's actually pretty good, I think. There's a little bit of overlap, but that's roughly kind of what we want. And let's see if I...
Mine needs to be bigger. Let's try 90,000. What could go wrong? There we go. That's a lot of sprinkles. Ping to the server. Yeah. To be honest, the game doesn't seem... it seems fun, but it doesn't seem like something I would enjoy. I'd get bored real quick with it. Yeah, good enough.
I can increase this. Yeah, so if I want this density to be really dense, yeah, I would have to increase it to a crazy number. Now, something I like to do personally, this isn't, you have to do this, but you notice how like this number is really large. And if I want to increase or lower my sprinkle value and I'm in a different part of Blender, if I'm just dragging this value, it's having no effect because the range, like the scale of it is just so large. So what I actually do is I set it to a value that I think makes sense, which in this case is 200. And then whatever the value was before, it was 200,000, right? I do a math value
He
inside
put it on the
of
wrong
my
side of
geometry node
the
setup.
decimal there,
Between
but
here and here, I do a math calculation to multiply that by the value that it needs to be. Almost as like a
yeah, you could do
scale
it that way.
adjustment.
Yeah.
So you can do it with just one node, Shift A, Utilities, Math, Math, and just drop it in here.
Yeah, so
Now
you
the
just
math, I said I want to multiply it, so I need to change it from add to a multiply. And math is the most versatile of any node. You can do all sorts of stuff, but multiply. So multiply, and it was 200,000 before. So if I want this value 200, then I just add 1,000. Yes, that's correct. Okay. So now I can very quickly change the scale of the sprinkles.
I
across
see.
the
Okay,
viewport
okay, that
without
makes
having
sense.
to like manually type in the value. I can just move it back and
That
forth.
makes sense. Okay,
And there you go. So that's it. So we've
let's do that. Cat, you're back. Welcome back. And my music stopped again. Math. Oh, that's gonna make me sad. Why does it have to be that way? Oops, not what I wanted. Multiply. Give it a value of 1,000. And this can go to 56. My flowchart doesn't look as good anymore. Yeah, it looks okay. Oh. Okay. Alright. It's fine. It'll be okay. I think that's the end of this one, so let's save. Even though we're on somehow part whatever, and I don't know. My parts don't match up with the videos, but that's fine.
change the scale of it to what it should be. We've got a correct density. Sorry, we've got a correct sprinkle setup, looking good. In the next part, we are going to be adding long sprinkles to our donuts because this round one is okay. And
What do you mean? Round one's great. Okay.
Simple, but there's also, I don't know, the long sprinkles just look way nicer. But you do have to do some different rotation math and stuff. So we're going to do that in a whole second video. So click here on the screen to learn all about that and random colors. So I will see you. We've got
stretch. All right, we're on part 7 of 14, chat. We're almost halfway there.
Round sprinkles, why not long sprinkles? It'll be more interesting and it'll enable us to learn some new techniques about Blender, which is what this whole series is about. So first things first, we need to model those sprinkles. So let's move to the left here, and we want to add an object. We haven't mentioned it before, but when you add an object, it's going to put it at your 3D cursor, and your 3D cursor is that thing. That weird little thing, little crosshair at the bottom there, that's your 3D cursor. And yeah, I don't know, Blender has a 3D cursor, maybe other applications don't. It's gonna put it there. And if you don't want it there, you can move that 3D cursor somewhere else by hitting Shift and right-clicking, and you can see it's moved it and actually attached it to the plane, which is where we want it. If you don't have a mouse, do get a mouse. But in the interim, you can also use the cursor tool, and that'll do
Shift right-click.
All right, so adding long sprinkles. So obviously the object that we want to add is Shift-A, Mesh. It's the cylinder. Okay. Too big by default. So let's click this little thing, bring this up, change the radius all the way to its lowest and the depth all the way to its lowest as well. And the vertices,
holy balls.
The resolution.
Okay. I noticed you were back, Ken. We also have apparently acquired a Dax. Although, claims he's been here for a while. Okay. I'm actually going to delete it and re-add it so I can actually see what I'm doing.
Resolution, right? Oh, we'll fix that in a sec. The resolution would be way too high at 32 to be scattered on an object. So let's set this to 12, and that'll be just enough that it won't look jagged and it'll look smooth. Okay, great. Now I'm going to move this up just so it's above the plane, Z. Okay. Now this problem that you have, if you go in too far, it disappears. The reason for that is that Blender has a clipping start value. And because we're working at such a small scale, we've got sprinkle-sized things now, it's too small and it's clipping it out. So if you hit N and go to your View tab, the clip start value there...
Jack's in a box. Is that like a bad Australian restaurant? Like, we have Jack in the box. Is it Dax in a box for Australia?
There, it's 1 centimeter by default. Drag it all the way to the left, and it's now a millimeter.
Wait, what were we doing? I wasn't paying attention. What did we do?
N, and go to your View tab. The clip start value there, it's 1 centimeter by default. Drag it all the way to the left, and it's now a millimeter, and it will have fixed that. I don't know why it's not the default. Like, maybe somebody can tell me why is that not the default value? Maybe there's a reason, but to me that would make sense because then you never have this problem. I don't know any disadvantages. So anyway, we've got the base of a sprinkle. Need to make it long, so tab into edit mode, S, scale it Z along the Z axis to elongate it, and now we've got the rough length of a sprinkle. But how long is a sprinkle? there's no actual answer to that. If you look at reference, they are all over the place. The government evidently never stepped in and said, like, we're going to regulate it. This is the length of a sprinkle. This is the size of a sprinkle.
I don't like this guy.
It's the Wild West out there. They're doing crazy things. So what that means as artists is we get to pick whatever is most visually pleasing. And I like the ones which are more readable. And to show you what I mean, if we pull up 2, right? This one on the left is like large sprinkles, right? Very like bold. And then one on the right here is like long, thin, wispy ones that look like they get stuck in your teeth. And if we zoom out on this and then zoom out on this, you can see that the ones on the right tend to kind of like the colors and everything just kind of blur together and it just looks like a donut. Whereas the one on the left, the sprinkles are still readable. So that's what we mean by readable, and that's the one I like the most. So we're going to go with some larger looking long sprinkles, but you can see that the sizes, there's no standard size because I think it's actually like it's from a piping bag, at least if you make them at home, but you can just pipe out icing. And then when it dries, you just smash it up and it becomes sprinkles. But yeah, they just come out at any odd size. So we got long ones, we got medium ones, we got short ones, and we've even got some curvy looking ones, right? These little like just slightly bent-ish looking ones. So we're gonna model small, medium, large.
Okay. So he's going to model the different ones. This is my assumption. Try to get ahead here to see if I'm on the right track. We're going to model the different ones. And then we're going to have it randomly generate between the different ones. But then with the different ones, you could possibly also have... I don't know. We'll see. If I'm on the right track.
And a bent-ish looking one, and then we're going to scatter that across the object. So back in Blender, this is going to be, this will be the short one, okay? But the end, speaking of which, this end bit here, it's a very sharp edge, and even if we hit shade smooth, it's not going to solve it. We want that like a rounded form to it, not this horrible blobby looking shape. Because the reference, again, you can see, it's a different reference now, is a rounded shape. All right. So to create that rounded form, we're going to create a bevel. And so I want you to go into face select mode, okay, which you can do by that. So this is the faces, right? This is the edges. If you go to edge select mode, and then this is the face there. So select the bottom.
I don't... Oh, we gotta go to edit, okay. Select. Okay.
Bottom and the top face, like that. And then
all right.
we're going to add a bevel, which will immediately become clear when you do it. Control B. And now that we're in this state,
I don't have the bottom selected.
as we pull out, we can change the amount of the bevel. And this is, you can see it's like, it's just adding a 45-degree angle on that corner there. But if you scroll up, it's going to add another level to it. And if you scroll up again, it's going to add another level to that. So we can very quickly create a rounded edge to the sprinkle. You don't want to go too much high because, again, this is going to be scattered all over the donut. You don't want to go too high poly. So that'll do. So that's a simple bevel operation, and it's very common when you're modeling. So yeah, Control B is how you do that. All right, so look at that. We've got one sprinkle. So now we will need to create 3 more. So this is the small. So let's go Shift D and then X to just move it along the X axis. This is going to be the medium one. So edit mode. And I'm going to go into toggle wireframe and vertice select mode. And now selecting the top part of the sprinkle, hit G, Z, and I'm going to move, oops, if you've got proportional editing, turn that off. G, Z, move that up. Okay, that'll be the medium one. Yep. And now Shift D, X, move it along. This is going to be the long one. So edit mode.
It looks like a marshmallow. Whatever.
And again, G, Z, move it up. And this is going to be the long sprinkle. I don't go too long, maybe that long. Okay. And then I want to make a bent sprinkle that's slightly like curved. So Shift D, X, move it across. And now with this one, if I was to try to like curve this out, there's not enough information here. Like if I move that, it's just a straight edge there. So if I want to make it curved, I got to have more geometry there. So like we've done in the past, Control R is how you create a loop cut. So when you do that, it says, where do you want to put it?
These might be too long. Maybe I should make those a little bit smaller. What are you doing? Sure.
Want more than one though, so I'm going to scroll up till I get, yeah, just a bunch of loops. And now with this one, if I was to try to like curve this out, there's not enough information here. Like if I move that, it's just a straight edge there. So if I want to make it curved, I got to have more geometry there. So like we've done in the past, Control R is how you create a loop cut. So when you do that, it says, where do you want to put it? I want more than one though, so I'm going to scroll up.
We have not done that before, but okay. Control R? That seems normal, right? That's a normal sprinkle. Perfectly legit normal sprinkle. I see nothing wrong with this sprinkle. I dare you, tell me what's wrong with the sprinkle.
Slightly like curved. So Shift D, X, move it across. And now with this one, if I was to try to like curve this out, there's not enough information here. Like if I move that, it's just a straight edge there. So if I want to make it curved, I got to have more geometry there. So like we've done in the past, Control R is how you create a loop cut. So when you do that, it says, where do you want to put it? I want more than one though. So I'm going to scroll up till I get, yeah, just a bunch of loops until I get what looks like square faces on those points, somewhere around that. I don't want to go too high poly. Yeah, like that. What is that? That's in the bottom left-hand corner. 8 cuts. Okay. Click, and then it's saying where do you want to place it. Right click to cancel the move.
Right. Okay. It's a great emote for that cat. All right. So let's just Control Z that. Control R. Oh, shoot. Wrong button. See, much more normal looking.
Movement, so it places it right in the center. And now, yep, there we go. Okay, now we've got this one over here that is just long and straight but low poly, and this one same shape but high poly. So to add a bend to it, in previous tutorials I actually went into like edit mode and we did like proportional editing, and it was just complicated and it actually didn't look great. I've learned actually there's a modifier that'll do it very simply.
Okay.
Go to your modifier stack, add modifier. You could find it inside here, or you could search for it, but it's the simple deform modifier. So add that, and by default it is wrong. So change it from
Oh,
twist
Jesus.
to bend.
Now that seems right. This seems correct. Yeah, that seems right. Why is mine hello? Why? Oh, shouldn't it be? That didn't work. That didn't work.
And look at that. We've got our sprinkle. Ha!
Oh,
And you can very easily
Why?
oops, change.
why? What did I do wrong? I don't understand. What did I do? What did I do wrong? What did I break?
And it actually didn't look great. I've learned actually there's a modifier that'll do it very simply. Go to your modifier stack, add modifier. You could find it inside here, or you could search for it, but it's the simple deform modifier. So add that, and by default it is wrong, so change it from twist to bend. And look at that, we've got our sprinkle. Ha! And you can very easily, whoops, change the amount from a little curve to a large curve. And I think somewhere around the 30-degree mark. You will notice though that it's like it's bent more at this angle.
Let's just start this over. Delete you. Duplicate you. None of that matters. Edit mode. Control R.
So to add a bend to it, in previous tutorials I actually went into like edit mode and we did, and now with this one, if I was to try to like curve this out, there's not enough information here. Like if I move that, it's just a straight edge there. So if I want to make it curved, I got to have more geometry there. So like we've done in the past, Control R is how you create a loop cut. So when you do that, it says where do you want to put it. I want more than one though, so I'm going to scroll up till I get, yeah, just a bunch of loops until I get what looks like square faces on those points, somewhere around that. I don't want to go too high poly. Yeah, like that. What is that? That's in the bottom left-hand corner. 8 cuts. Okay. Click, and then it's saying where do you want to place it. Right click to cancel the movement so it places it right in the center. And now, oh, yep, there we go. Okay. Now we've got this one over here that is just long and straight but low poly, and this one same shape but high poly. So to add a bend to it, in previous tutorials, I actually went into like edit mode and we did like proportional editing, and it was just complicated and it actually didn't look great. I've learned actually there's a modifier that'll do it very simply. Go to your modifier stack, add modifier. You could find it inside here, or you could search for it, but it's the simple deform modifier. So add that, and by default it is wrong, so change it from twist to bend. And look at that, we've got our sprinkle.
What have I done? How? How have I managed this? I actually have no idea what I did. Oh, I think. Okay, hold on. Let's remove that. Let's select. Nope, that did. Wait, no. I'm supposed to be selecting all of it. Shift. Oh, good. What was the button for that again? X-ray. I select the whole thing? Maybe I select the whole thing. Yeah, it was only one side selected. I don't know why it took me that long to figure that out. Nope, that didn't work. That didn't change anything. Why is it doing it that way? I want it to bend. I, what is it doing? I honestly have no idea what why what.
Places it right in the center. And now
He has just the center selected. So let's try that. No, it doesn't matter because it's. But I don't understand. What is it? How do I?
oh, yep, there we go. Okay. Now we've got this one over here that is just long and straight but low poly, and this one same shape but high poly. So to add a bend to it, in previous tutorials, I actually went into like edit mode and we did like proportional editing, and it was just complicated and it actually didn't look great. I've learned actually there's a modifier that'll do it very simply. Go to your modifier stack, add modifier. You could find it inside here.
That'll do it very simply. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Do it very simply. Yeah. This looks simple.
Yeah, or you could search for it, but it's the simple deform modifier. So add that, and by default it is wrong. So change it from twist to bend, and look at that, we've got our sprinkle. Ha! And you can very easily, whoops, change the amount from a little curve to a large curve. And I think somewhere around.
Like, why is it doing it that way?
On the the 30-degree mark. You will notice though that it's bent more at this angle, and that's because it's bending it according to the origin point. So you see these little dots? You might have wondered what they are in Blender. That's called your origin point, and it's used for a lot of things. Like if you rotate an object, you can see it's rotating from the point of that origin point. Like physics, a bunch of things use the origin point. The best way to think of it is like the center of mass for the object.
I should have just watched the
Generally
video.
speaking, as a rule of thumb,
We've
you
changed
want it
the
to be
origin
in the
point.
center of the object, and you can do it very quickly. You select multiple objects you want to clear its origin point. Shift, select all of them, and then right-click, and then say Set Origin to Geometry. And now you can see it's put it in the middle, and now our curve is actually based on the starting in the middle, which is what we want. So
Oh, that still didn't work.
now I need to apply this, or else the next part it'll go wonky. So apply your simple deform so that it's actually realized onto the mesh. Okay, so going to your outliner, you can see we started from humble beginnings, but we've now got too much going on, and it's all starting to get a little bit chaotic. So the way you organize things in your outliner and in Blender generally is you can group things together.
I don't understand. How? How did we do this? Because it's not bending. It's not bending this side of it with it. Like, I think it is bending here, but it's not extending here. And I don't know why. Whoops. That's changing nothing. I have no idea. Maybe the axis is the issue, but none of the axis changes anything. Like look at it. Like it's not actually bending. It's like it's stuck. Like something's locked. If I hold on, let's just we're just gonna go over here for a second. It's under restrictions, limits, which doesn't change anything. Then switching the vertex groups on and off. I guess I could group the vertex and name it and maybe trick it, but something's not right. So I'm just gonna go over here. We're gonna add we're just gonna add another cylinder. Okay. We're gonna go to that cylinder. Okay. We're just gonna make this 5. No, wait, whoops. Not that one. This one 5. Okay. Let's go to edit mode. Cool. And now what we're going to do is we're going to hit Control R. We're going to scroll up. Okay. We're going to add deform, simple deform, and it's not working. I'm not entirely sure what limit does, but like, that's clearly not right. No, he's not. All he did was he clicked onto another one, clicked back to this one. Yeah, so he like clicked off of onto something else. Then he clicked back onto it. And then he added simple deform. Clicked on bend. That's not bending. I have no idea what that is.
X, move it across. And now with this one, if I was to try to like curve this out, there's not enough information here. Like if I move that, it's just a straight edge there. So if I want to make it curved, I got to have more geometry there. So like we've done in the past, Control R is how you create a loop cut. So when you do that, it says, where do you want to put it? I want more than one though. So I'm going to scroll up till I get, yeah, just a bunch of loops until I get what looks like square faces on those points, somewhere around that. I don't want to go too high poly. Yeah, like that. What is that? That's in the bottom left-hand corner. 8 cuts. Okay. Click, and then it's saying where do you want to place it. Right click to cancel the movement so it places it right in the center. And now, there we go. Okay. Now we've got this one over here that is just long and straight but low poly, and this one same shape but high poly. So to add a bend to it, in previous tutorials, I actually went into like edit mode and we did like proportional editing, and it was just complicated and it actually didn't look great. I've learned actually there's a modifier that'll do it very simply. Go to your modifier stack, add modifier. You could find it inside here, or you could search for it, but it's the simple deform modifier. So add that, and by default it is wrong. So change it from twist to...
Notice how even his twist looks completely different.
to bend. And look at that. We've got our sprinkle. Ha! And
What? This is a brand new one, Cat. I just made a brand new one.
you can very easily, change the amount from a little curve to a large curve. And I think
This is a brand new cylinder. I didn't duplicate it from anywhere. What did I do? Delete. Add. Oops, not add. Cylinder.
it's enough that it won't look jagged and it'll look smooth. Okay, great. Now I'm going to move this up just so it's above the plane, Z. Okay. Now this problem that you have, if you go in too far, it disappears. The reason for that is that Blender has a clipping start value. And because we're working at such a small scale, we've got sprinkle sized things now, it's too small and it's clipping it out. So if you hit N and go to your view tab, the clip start value there, it's 1 centimeter by default, drag it all the way to the left and it's now a millimeter and it will have fixed that. I don't know why it's not the default. Like maybe somebody can tell me why is that not the default value? Maybe there's a reason, but to me that would make sense because then you never have this problem. I don't know any disadvantages. So anyway, we've got the base of a sprinkle. Need to make it long, so tab into edit mode, S, scale it Z along the Z axis to elongate it, and now we've got the rough length of a sprinkle. But how long is a sprinkle? There's no actual answer to that. If you look at reference, they are all over the place. The government evidently never stepped in and said, like, we're going to regulate it. This is the length of a sprinkle. This is the size of a sprinkle. I mean, it's the Wild West out there. They're doing crazy things. So what that means as artists is we get to pick whatever is most visually pleasing. And I like the ones which are more readable. And to show you what I mean, if we pull up 2, right? This one on the left is like large sprinkles, right? Very like bold. And then one on the right here is like long, thin, wispy ones that look like they'd get stuck in your teeth. And if we zoom out on this and then zoom out on this, you can see that the ones on the right tend to kind of like the colors and everything just kind of blur together and it just looks like a donut. Whereas the one on the left, the sprinkles are still readable. So that's what we mean by readable, and that's the one I like the most. So we're going to go with some larger looking long sprinkles, but you can see that the sizes, there's no standard size because I think it's actually like it's from a piping bag, at least if you make them at home, but you can just pipe out icing and then when it dries, you just smash it up and it becomes sprinkles. But yeah, they just come out at any odd size. So we got long ones, we got medium ones, we got short ones, and we've even got some curvy looking ones, right? These little like just slightly bent-ish looking ones. So we're going to model small, medium, large, and a bent-ish looking one, and then we're going to scatter that across the object. So back in Blender, this is going to be, yeah, this will be the short one, okay? But the end, speaking of which, this end bit here, it's a very sharp edge. And even if we hit shade smooth, it's not going to solve it. We want that like a rounded form to it, not this horrible blobby looking shape. Because the reference, again, you can see, oh, it's a different reference now, is a rounded shape, all right? So to create that rounded form, we're going to create a bevel. And so I want you to go into face select mode, okay, which you can do by that. So this is the faces, right? This is the edges, if you go to edge select mode, and then this is the face there. So select the bottom and the top face, like that. And then we're going to add a bevel, which will immediately become clear when you do it, Control B. And now that we're in this state, as we pull out, we can change the amount of the bevel. And this is, you can see it's like, yeah, it's just adding a 45-degree angle on that corner there. But if you scroll up, it's going to add another level to it. And if you scroll up again, it's going to add another level to that. So we can very quickly create a rounded edge to the sprinkle. You don't want to go too much high because, again, this is going to be scattered all over the donut. You don't want to go too high poly. So that'll do. So that's a simple bevel operation, and it's very common when you're modeling. So yeah, Control B is how you do that. All right, so look at that. We've got one sprinkle. So now we will need to create 3 more. So this is the small. So let's go Shift D and then X to just move it along the X-axis. This is going to be the medium one. So edit mode, and I'm going to go into toggle wireframe and vertice select mode. And now selecting the top part of the
That's different. That part I missed last time. Vertice select.
sprinkle, hit G, Z, and I'm going to move, oops, if you've got proportional editing, turn that off. G, Z, move that up. Okay, that'll be the medium one. Yep. And now Shift D, X, move it along. This is going to be the long one. So edit mode, and again, G, Z, move it up. And this is going to be the long sprinkle. I don't go too long, maybe that long. Okay. And then I want to make a bent sprinkle that's slightly like curved. So Shift D, X, move it across. And now with this one, if I was to try to like curve this out, there's not enough information here. Like if I move that, it's just a straight edge there. So if I want to make it curved, I got to have more geometry there. So like we've done in the past, Control R is how you create a loop cut. So when you do that, it says, where do you want to put it? I want more than one though. So I'm going to scroll up till I get, yeah, just a bunch of loops until I get what looks like square faces on those points, somewhere around that. I don't want to go too high poly. Yeah, like that. What is that? That's in the bottom left-hand corner. 8 cuts. Okay. Click, And then it's saying, where do you want to place it? Right click to cancel the movement so it places it right in the center. And now, yep, there we go. Okay, now we've got this one over here that's just long and straight but low poly, and this one same shape but high poly.
Figured it out.
So
that's really dumb.
Bend to it. In previous tutorials, we went into like.
That is really dumb. I'm not even sure I could explain it, to be completely honest with you. Okay. Delete, delete. Okay. I don't understand why it did that, but I understand the mistake that was made. Where's this cylinder? We don't need that many cylinders. There we go. All right, Control D. X. No. Shift D. X. Okay. All right. No, I don't want you. X. There. Now we gotta go to Edit. Grab the top. Apparently it only works if I do it this way, which doesn't make sense to me. Like I get that that's what's happened, but I just don't understand why. What? Okay, we're good. No, we're not. What the hell? How? I I didn't bevel it enough to begin with. Now it looks a little odd.
Edit mode, and we did like proportional editing, and it was just complicated, and it actually didn't look great. I've learned actually there's a modifier that'll do it very simply. Go to your modifier stack, add modifier. You could find it inside here, or you could search for it, but it's the simple deform modifier. So add that, and by default it is wrong, so change it from twist to bend. And look at that, we've got
Still not great.
And you can very easily change.
Like, it still does not look like it does in his video at all.
And I think somewhere around the 30-degree mark. You will notice though that
Like, it's still
like
very
it's
clearly
this
not the
angle,
same.
and that's because it's bending it according to the origin point. So you see these little dots? You might have wondered what they are in Blender. That's called your origin point, and it's used for a lot of things. Like if you rotate an object, you can see it's rotating from the point of that origin point. Like physics, a bunch of things use the origin point. The best way to think of it is like the center of mass for the object. So generally speaking, as a rule of thumb, you want it to be in the center of the object. And you can do it very quickly. You select multiple objects you want to clear its origin point, shift, select all of them, and then right click and then say set origin to geometry. And now you can see it's put it in the middle. And now our curve is actually based on the starting in the middle, which is what we want. So yay for us. Now I need to apply this or else the next part it'll go wonky. So apply your simple deform so that it's actually realized onto the
I am not happy
so
with that.
Going to
But
your outline, you can see we started from humble beginnings, but we've now got too much going on, and it's all starting to get a little bit chaotic. So the way you organize things in your outline and in Blender generally is you can group things together by creating collections. So by default, we've actually got one collection already, just called collection, but we can create new collections by this little button in the top right-hand corner to create a new collection. And I want to create it outside of our, I don't actually know if we need, like, I don't know why it creates a collection for you. You could just, it's in the scene collections. Anyways, I don't know if we actually need that one. So we create a new collection just by hitting that, and we can double click it to rename it to be whatever it is we want. So I'm going to call this sprinkles, okay? And because we have two types of sprinkles, we have the sphere round sprinkle, and then we have these long sprinkles, I'm going to create two other collections within this collection. So hitting new again, you can see it's placed it underneath it, and I'm going to call this one round. And then clicking sprinkles again, I'll add another collection, and this one I will call long. Oh, wait, sorry, this one, long. There we go. Okay, so to move something to a collection, you can do it one of two ways. One, you can select the sphere, which is the round remember it's this little guy over here, the little tiny round sprinkle. You can just drag that into the that collection, and you can see it's now moved it there. The other way is in your 3D viewport. If you select all of the objects that you want to move to a new collection, hit M and it brings up this, and you just say move to the sprinkles long sub collection. There we go. And now they're all moved there. And now this one here, if you wanted to give this a name, you could. We got the camera, we got the light, we got the plane. Yeah, you know what? Let's move our donut and our icing. Let's move that to a new collection as well. So M, and we can actually create a new collection from the move options as well. So I'm going to go new, and let's call this let's say donuts, because we're going to duplicate it and make more donuts in the future. So donuts. Okay, great. So now this one here has got the camera, the light, and the plane. So I'm going to do what I sometimes do with a scene, is just call this one ENV, which is for environment. Since this is a tutorial, I'll actually just type it out. I'm not going to be lazy. Environment. Okay, so we've got some organization in our scene so that as we add and grow our scene, it's not going to get too crazy. All right, so it's also good that we've created collections, because we can now use that to scatter across the geometry nodes. So with our donut here, so the icing and the donut, we're going to create a duplicate, and this is going to be the variant with the long sprinkles. So Shift D, and then hit X to move it along the X axis. So it's just placed next to it. And then clicking your icing, you can see we've got the modifier stack that we created the geometry nodes on. And if we were to start tweaking this and make this look like long sprinkles, it would apply to this one over here, because we can see that little number next to it. And that number, if you hover over it, I think we mentioned it before, but it displays the number of users sharing this data. So any change you make to this is going to be reflected on that one. So if we click the 2 button, it's now independent. So we'll now have 2 different versions. So the one on the left, the original one, let's call that round sprinkles. And the one on the right, let's call that one long. I'm gonna brain fart for a second there. Long sprinkles. Okay. And now with that object selected, let's go back to the geometry nodes tab. Okay. All right. So make sure you're looking at the right object. Make sure it's the one with long sprinkles in the name.
Why is it not?
And if we were to start editing here, we would have we would have made one big mistake, and it's because this is actually not the long sprinkles node setup. We click the pin button. Remember that? The pin means it's always going to be there, even if it's another object with a different geometry node setup. So remember, yeah, it's a common mistake. You always do it. You forget you've got pin on, and then you start changing things, and it does the wrong one. So make sure you're looking at the one that has long sprinkles in the name. Okay, so the bit that obviously matters the most is this bit where it goes into our instance on points node, and we've currently got it connected to a sphere. So, I mean, you could change that to another object, but that won't help us because we've got more than one object. We want to scatter 4 different objects across it. So we can delete that and instead just drag from your outliner. Don't just, if you click on it.
Go back.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if you click off editing here, we would have we would have made one big mistake, and it's because this is actually not the long sprinkles node setup. We click the pin button. Remember that? The pin means it's always going to be there, even if it's another object with a different geometry node setup. So remember, yeah, it's a common mistake. You always do it. You forget you've got pin on, and then you start changing things, and it does the wrong one. So make sure you're looking at the one that has long sprinkles in the name. Okay, so the bit that I'll make this and make this look like long sprinkles, it would apply to this one over here, because we can see that little number next to it, and that number, if you hover over it, I think we mentioned it before, but it displays the number of users sharing this data. So any change you make to this is going to be reflected on that one. So if we click the 2 button, it's now independent. So we'll now have 2 different versions. So the one on the left, the original one, let's call that round sprinkles. And the one on the right, let's call that one long. I'm going to brain fart for a second there. Long sprinkles. Okay. And now with that object selected, let's go back to the geometry nodes tab. Okay. All right. So make sure you're looking at the right object. Make sure it's the one with long sprinkles in the name. And if we were to start editing here, we would have we would have made one big mistake, and it's because this is actually not the long sprinkles node setup. We click the pin button. Remember that? The pin means it's always going to be there, even if it's another object with a different geometry node setup. So remember, yeah, it's a common mistake. You always do it. You forget you've got pin on and then you start changing things and it does the wrong one. So make sure you're looking at the one that has long sprinkles in the name. Okay, so the bit that obviously matters the most is this bit where it goes into our instance on points node, and we've currently got it connected to a sphere. So, I mean, you could change that to another object, but that won't help us because we've got more than one object. We want to scatter 4 different objects across it. So we can delete that and instead just drag from your outliner. Don't just, if you click on it, if you click off it, it's just going to disappear. So make sure you don't do it. You've clicked the icing, but you need to click and drag into your node setup. And now it's got a collection info node rather than object info node. Drag that into your instance input and nothing happened. It has actually happened, but it's off center in a weird place. Why is it doing that? It's because of the way 3D software handles data. It's now doing it on its like global or local position, not relative to, anyway, it doesn't matter. What you need to do is check 3 boxes whenever you use collections to scatter. Separate, reset children. Now it's on the mesh correctly, and then you can see it's actually using all 4 of them on each point. So then you click pick instance, and now it's going to use 1 of those, not all 4 of them together. Okay, so it's good. It's actions to scatter, separate, reset children. Now it's on the mesh correctly, and then you can see it's actually using all 4 of them on each point. So then you click pick instance, and now it's going to use 1 of those, not all 4 of them together. Okay, so it's good. It's using it, but what's going on? Well, the reason this one was easier with its round sprinkles is that the rotation of the objects didn't matter because it was round. Now that we have long sprinkles, you can see the rotation matters, and it's currently screwed up. So how do we fix that? The first way, well, yeah, there's a number of things you need to do to make it work correctly. You'll see, is we want to take the rotation of the face. So the face of these mesh here, we want it to affect the objects, right? So we take the output of our distribute points on faces, the rotation of that, and drag it into the rotation input of the instances. And now you can see it's having some effect. It's still not right, but that is because these sprinkles are currently just pointed upwards. So it thinks, okay, well, you want to point them all outwards. Anyways, to fix that, I mean, you could fix it you could actually fix it in geometry nodes. This is simpler. So if we just rotate those sprinkles along the X axis, so R, X, right? And then we just want to lie them down flat. So essentially 90 degrees. You could type in 90 degrees, or holding down Control will move it in 5-degree increments. Okay, so 90, and then do a single click. Okay, so why has that not worked? Well, it's because, as I mentioned before, when you're scaling or rotating things, it's not actually saved to the object. So to apply it, you have to go Control A and then say rotation. Now that we've done that, it's worked correctly. All right, so now you can see what I said by you need to do a lot to make it work correctly. The rotation is working, but it's not doing what you would expect, and that's because geometry nodes are so flexible, you have to tell it exactly what you want to do. We want actually random rotation, so around you have to tell it exactly what you want to do. Well, it's because, as I mentioned before, when you're scaling or rotating things, it's not actually saved to the object. So to apply it, you have to go Control A and then say rotation. Now that we've done that, it's worked correctly. All right. So now you can see what I said by you need to do a lot to make it work correctly. The rotation is working, but it's not doing what you would expect, and that's because geometry nodes are so flexible, you have to tell it exactly what you want to do. We want actually random rotation, so around each of the points, we don't want to each have the exact same rotation, we need to randomize it. So for that, if you want to tweak the rotation on anything between this point here, on this dotted blue line, let's just move that out of the way, we need to add Shift A, Utilities.
Wait, where the hell? What? Where did that collect info come from? Oh, it's over there. He just has it collapsed. Got it. Okay.
Rotation, rotate, not Euler, Euler. Yes, I know. They went with the weird pronunciation. I think it was a Frenchman, right? Could be German. Doesn't matter. Same, right? Just to annoy all the Europeans. Random rotation. So around each of the points, we don't want to each have the exact same rotation. We need to randomize it. So for that, if you want to tweak the rotation on anything between this point here, on this dotted blue line, let's just move that out of the way, we need to add Shift-A, Utilities, Rotation, Rotate, not Euler, Euler. Yes, I know. They went with the weird pronunciation. I think it was a Frenchman, right? Could be German. Doesn't matter. Same, right? Just to annoy all the Europeans. Anyways, rotate Euler, and we're just going to drop it on that line till it lines up. Okay, so nothing's happened currently, but with this, we could change the rotation of our sprinkles up here.
We want it random.
But you'll notice that as you rotate it, it's kind of weird. It's not the rotation that you would expect for each point. It's the relative to the actual object as a whole, right? Which just means we need to change from object to local. And now, as you move it around, you can see we're able to rotate those sprinkles. But again, it's not changing the like randomizing it. It's giving a solid value. So to randomize it, if we drag out of the rotate by input and then type in random, it'll bring up this, and we're looking for random value. Click, and now we get this. Ooh. So this node looks kind of scary, right? It's got a whole bunch of different values in it, and it says vector, and it's very, very foreign. It's actually easier to understand it from a float point of view. With the random value, if it's in a float state, it's going to generate a value from 0 to 1 on each point. So if you've got like 10 points, one of them is going to be like 0.015, one is going to be like 0.92, and one's, whatever. When it's in vector state, it's the exact same thing. You've got min and you've got max, but there are 3 values. And the reason for that is that there are 3 axes. There's the x-axis, there's the y-axis, and there's the z-axis. And same here, right? So you're able to define what type of rotation on each axis. So if we set both, and by the way, if you want to change multiple values at once in Blender, you can just click and drag down, and then you can change all of them. So we set all of them to 0. And now you could see this bottom one is going to be the Z, because it's X, Y, Z. It doesn't tell you, like, I don't know, because it's vector math, I guess there's other areas of Blender, anyway. But this is the Z axis. If we increase this one, you can see that's the main one that we want to change, right? Because that's the one that makes the most difference. Now you might also know, looking at this, you're probably thinking like, okay, well we need to rotate it by 360 degrees, so we would set this to 360.
No.
But you can see they're more than rotating fully already. So what value is this exactly? This is
3 looks okay.
radians. Oh, just to get real. So
yeah, it's because it's a
degrees,
vector.
Actually, I had to ask ChatGPT before I recorded this. What's the difference? Radians are more mathematical and easier for mathematical equations. It's the circumference of pi. No. 2 pi is the circumference. Look, obviously I don't know. But
Just stop.
What I'm trying to tell you is
just stop while you're ahead.
You just need double pi to make it 360 degrees, which is actually tau, to make it really complicated. It's tau. So double pi, so pi is 3.142. Tau is double that. And anyways, you get the idea. So you can type in tau and it'll actually give you the correct value. So that's 360 degree rotation.
You don't need it to be that high though. You can,
because you can see this is the other axes, like the
Right.
middle one spinning around. So we also want it on that one because we've got a curved one.
Oops.
So let's make that tau. And then this top one is the X, which is actually going to
forgot how
make
to spell
it
tau.
like wonky. We also want it, because you can see this is the other axes, like the middle one spinning around. So we also want it on that one, because we've got a curved one. So let's make that tau.
yeah,
And
yeah.
then this top one is the X, which is actually going to make it like wonky, like, so these will be like seesawing up. So if you increase that, that's where it gets crazy, and you don't really want to use that. You do want a little bit though, because it would make sense if they're sprinkles. They're not going to be completely flat. You're going to have some variance where like some bit has absorbed into the icing at a different angle than another, but just
Fair.
not too much, essentially, or else it starts to look like little marshmallows or whatever all over it. But guys, that's roughly it. That's the hard work. That was, I mean, I know that was very technical, but it was just 2 nodes.
It
Rotate
just took me
Euler,
an hour
set
to
it
figure out
local,
these
and then
stupid
use random value, and we're changing that to rotate it. And we did it. We got nice looking rotation. Now, one thing we do have to change is the distance
I
min.
already thought
So because
ahead of
these
that.
longer sprinkles obviously are bigger, then the distance min has to change as well. So we can change that to something that makes sense. Let's go 0.04. That might have actually been pretty perfect. Let's try 3. 3's got a little bit. Oh, actually, you know what? The other thing, again, looking at reference, I like those big, chunky looking sprinkles. So I want these to be bigger. So we could, alter the scale of the actual sprinkles, but we're working with geometry nodes and we've actually got a scale value right here. So we could change it here just as easily. So the scale dragging down, and again, there's not just one value, there's 3 axes, so X, Y, Z. So drag down on all. 1.5 is going to give us some nice, big, chunky looking sprinkles. And now this distance value needs to be a lot bigger. So let's go 0.06. That's actually pretty good. I'm getting pretty good at nailing it. 0.0, no, I was right before. There's always going to be some overlap, right? You're not going to be able to stop it because it's not doing object like collisions. It's nothing like that. It's a very simple, again, it's doing a point and then it's creating a radius around it. And if you do the correct amount, which for this is probably something like this, then it looks way too predictable and boring, which we don't want. So 0.006 looks pretty good for me with a scale of 1.5 for these. And that is it. I was going to put in the random color in this part of the tutorial, but I think we've gone over already. So join me in the next part and we will
That looks okay. Oh man, I've been going for 5 hours. I didn't even realize that. I got a little frustrated there for a second, I'm not gonna lie. How's chat doing? How are you guys doing? Everyone hanging in there? What's everyone up to today? Okay. That's half the videos. The rest is all lighting and stuff, I think, after the next video. I think one more video is like important stuff, and then it's all lighting. So maybe we finish the next video, and then we'll leave the rest for Thursday.
This is the part where we start making our donuts look sexy. So we're going to be coloring our sprinkles finally, so it doesn't look so depressing. And then also getting into rendering to start making this.
Save.
Actually look pleasing with shadows and light and everything else. So first of all, the sprinkles. Now, as you probably know, you could come in here and you could select a sprinkle and then go, all right, I'm going to make a red sprinkle. And then I'm going to, don't do this by the way, I'm just showing you, make this aqua sprinkle and then a blue sprinkle, right? And this does work, does exactly what you would expect. The problem with this though, is that for one, the color is locked to that specific sprinkle. So this curved sprinkle is always red, okay? And the short sprinkle is always white. The other issue is that this is not easy to change the distribution of those colors. Like if I'm an artist and I'm looking at this, I'm like, that's kind of boring because all the colors is like 25% blue, 25% white, 25, I want to have maybe 80% one dominant color and then a few splashes of complementary colors. I can't do that. So there is a much, much easier way. So first, let me just clear all of these, and I'm going to create one new material. I'm going to call it sprinkles, and I'll actually show you how to quickly.
Okay, where are my sprinkles?
Apply the same material to multiple objects at the same time, because we haven't done that yet. So I'm going to grab my round sprinkle, which is currently still over there by itself. I'll just bring it over here so it's part of the family. There we go. All right, so I've got one object with the material that I want to apply them all to. What I need to do is shift select all the objects that I want to have that material, and then lastly shift select again the object that has the material I want to apply them to, and you know that because it's highlighted yellow. Okay, then hit Control L. This brings up the link or transfer menu, and we want to link the materials. And now you can see our material has a 5 next to it because 5 objects are sharing this material, and that's it. And now obviously because they're linked, it means if I make a change over here, they're all going to be reflected. Great. Now we're going to do something fancy. So let's go to the shading tab, which gives us access to our nodes. Oh dear, where have I? All right, let's go back. I'm trying to get to that sprinkle. Okay, to our nodes. Now I want to introduce you to a little friend called Shift A, input, the object info node. A very weird little node that just does some useful things when you might need it. So you see it pop up in a few tutorials. There's a bunch of stuff here that it can do. The most useful one for us in this instance is the random input. Drop that into your base color and let's see what happens. So we've got some gray values, and it's easier to see actually when you look at the donuts. So what this has done is it has assigned a value, a random value for each individual sprinkle between 0 and 1. So because that's then being transferred to color information, it means that, for example, this sprinkle might have got a value of like 0.023, right? And the robot spat that out. And then this one, this whitish looking one, maybe this was 0.89 or something like that. Okay, so it's just transferred those values into color information, which is just blacks to whites. Not very useful right now, but we can use those numbers in I'll just show you. Okay, Shift A, we're going to go Converter Color Ramp. Probably, I mean, I might have used this node more than any other node in Blender before. It's like so versatile, used for so many things. So drop it in here between the object info and the principled. And currently it is exactly the same because it's transferring that data into a gradient value of the exact same shades. But we can change this to any color that we want. And look at that. So you can very quickly see this is exactly how we're going to create sprinkles of different colors. Now, one thing you'll note looking at this is that every single sprinkle is a different shade. Like no two sprinkles have the same color right now because this is a gradient. And that's not how it works in the real world.
Why am I zoomed so far out? How do I zoom in?
Oops. One constant icing bag, right? Or a machine with the same food dye. So basically all the blue ones.
Let me zoom in more.
Exact shade of.
Why is it not letting me zoom in more? What? Why am I? There we go. Okay. So, what color sprinkles do we want? Oh, shoot. do that.
Blue, and all the orange ones would have the exact shade orange. So we need to change this from linear to constant. And now if I slide this across, look at that. We are influencing what percentage now is orange or blue. And this is really cool because it means you get to work like an artist and just create a really nice, appealing looking donut very, very quickly.
Yeah, our
So I'm
donut
gonna
does
go
not
with
look
like a
very
light
appealing.
blue
Just
over
throwing that
here.
out there.
And then I'm going to create a new color just by hitting the plus button. And then let's give this a...
Make a brown. How do we make a brown? Here we go. A really dark brown that looks like chocolate. Does that look like chocolate or turds? I can't tell. What color normally are sprinkles? Like I don't know what color sprinkles are. I don't really have sprinkles ever. A mixture of chocolate and rainbow sprinkles there. Does that look okay? I don't like that green. Need white. What if we remove the green? We'll do red, white, and blue and chocolate. Yeah, I don't feel like going through every color, though. What if we just make it an American donut, okay? Red, white, and blue and chocolate. All right. There. American donut. What do you think? I could see this being sold on the 4th of July.
Purple, like that. And I'll make this one pink, actually. Same shade as our donut, why not? You'll note, by the way, that I'm not going like full saturation. And that's deliberate because you learn in art that, yeah, like saturation and color is quite aggressive. It's quite noisy and quite attention grabbing. And so if you use too much of it, it can be exhausting. So I tend to keep it at like 0.8. Okay, and then I'll also go over here and I'm going to make this white. Let's go, oh, whoop, no, not like that. White, and I'm going to create another one next to it. And this one I'm going to make yellow. Okay, so just by sliding this around, I could say like less white, more yellow, less yellow, more white. And then I can go, yeah, more blue. It's just a really simple, easy way to create the exact look you're going for. Awesome. Now, something, you don't have to do this next part, but it's so easy. Why not? I was looking on Pinterest on like aesthetically pleasing donuts, like trying to make this look really cool. And I saw like metallic sprinkles, and I was like, that's an interesting idea. What if I made these white and yellow ones metallic, and then they would look silver and gold? So there is a slider in your principled BSDF. Technical name that just means it's the shader that does everything. And it's the metallic shader. Look at that. So if I slide this all the way to 1, all my sprinkles are now metallic. And if I slide it all the way to 0,
I
they are non-metallic.
clicked on the
That's
wrong
actually
thing.
how you should use this slider. All materials in the real world are either non-metallic, also known as dielectric materials. So that would be most of the sprinkles. And then some objects are metallic, entirely metallic. There are technically a few rare materials on Earth that have some blend between it, but as a rule, you should not have a value that is between 0 and 1. It should be either 0 or 1. Anyways, so what we can do with this, because we've got this color ramp information here, is I can actually just convert, like I can make a color ramp that is just black and white that just shows which sprinkle is metallic and which one isn't. So if I duplicate this, and here's a pro tip, if you use Control-Shift-D, it will duplicate it, but it will retain its connection. So it just saves you, I don't know, 1 second. And now I'm going to connect that into my metallic input. Now currently this is wrong because this information is, it's just using, it's like color. So we need to be black and white. So this one here, because this is going to represent my dielectric colors, I'm going to set this to black. So it is non-metal. And then this I can delete, and this I can delete, because on the left-hand side of it, it's all black. Sorry, so it's all non-metals. And then over here, these two, the silver and the gold, they're going to be metals.
Oh,
so I
wait,
can delete
wait,
the
wait.
gold. And now that's doing exactly what it should. So we've now got dielectric, non-metals, and metals. And the reason it doesn't look like metal, by the way, is because your roughness is here. So if you set it all the way down, you can see it starts to look a lot closer to a metallic sprinkle. And by the way, you can get the exact like position. You can go like 0.7 and then
Oops,
here.
that one's supposed to be
7, type it in, and then that way it's definitely correct. For
black.
whatever reason of mine, this has to be a bug. There's something
white.
weird about it. But there's one sprinkle on my donuts, probably not on yours, but it's like, it's purple up here, but then it crept over into the metallic category down here, which shouldn't be possible, but evidently it's just on my donut. I've never seen it before, but one of them has actually snuck over. Doesn't matter. It's it can be the rare purple metallic one. All right, but I don't want these other ones to be shiny, at least that shiny. So I'm going to again duplicate this, Control-Shift-D.
Why are the blue ones turning metallic? The blue ones shouldn't be turning metallic. What? 0.5? Wait, what's giving 0 and what's giving 1? Is white giving 1 or is white giving 0? White's giving 1. Oh, I have it backwards. Okay. You gotta become white. You need to become black. There we go. But now I need to change this because I want... Actually, I don't really want any of them becoming metallic.
And with this, if I plug this into my roughness input, just like before, these black and white values will decide what is the roughness of the metallic and non-metallics. So this one here, I want this to be essentially the opposite of what it is. Almost entirely black, a little bit, so there's a little bit of roughness to it, like that. And then this one over here, I want this to be a lot more diffuse. Not entirely diffuse, like somewhat of a blend, because if you look at reference, which you should be modeling off reference, there is some shininess to them. So yeah, but that is it. So you can see very quickly, we have created some very aesthetically pleasing donuts, and have fun with it, guys. Like, create a cool looking donut. You can use whatever color combinations you want. I really do like it when people experiment and not just follow a tutorial down to a T, but like venture out there and, you know, do interesting things. So try different color combinations, try different icing colors, and you could make something that looks really cool. But that's almost it for our donut. It's pretty well done, which means we can now finally talk about rendering. So as a recap of part 1, if you hit F12, that's going to put you into the rendered state. Our camera is really far away from the donut. So actually, let's...
Problem is, all of the brown ones are metallic now. There's a darker red, that'll be better. That's not horrible. Okay.
First fix that. If you go to your camera view, you can just by clicking that little icon there, or by hitting number pad 0, that'll take you there as well. This is the camera view. We're really far away. I mentioned in the start that if you use this key, this button view, lock camera to view, that'll let you like grab it and move it around. But there is actually another way. I didn't want to introduce you to too many keyboard shortcuts at the start, but if you hit with the camera selected, Shift tilde key. That will put you in fly mode.
Oh.
The other way to do that, by the way, is to just go
Whee!
view navigation, fly navigation there if you don't have that key. So anyway, in this mode, it's almost like you're playing a video game. So like I'm playing a first-person shooter looking around my scene. W is move forward, just like in a video game. A is strafe left, D is strafe right, and S is back. So WASD, just like a video game. I can also go up by hitting E and then down by hitting Q. And if it's too sensitive, like if the movement is like, crazy fast, the scroll wheel also decides how far, oh goodness, there it is, okay, how fast the movement is. So scroll down if it's going too quickly for you. But yeah, I can now place the camera wherever it is I want, and then when it's there, I just click, single left click, and that's there. And by the way, that mode is called fly navigation, and it works also not just from the camera view, but anywhere in Blender. If you ever want to just move around, you can use that fly mode. So shift tilde key for that. All right, so we do a render, we get something that looks hideous. Why is that? Well, for starters, it's not very, the scene has just got one light in it. But the primary reason, and by the way,
that looks awful.
Yes, that's the rendered view mode. But also if you go to rendered view shading up there, this is the exact replica of that, but just in the viewport, okay? Now, the primary reason this looks bad is because of the renderer, okay? So Blender's default render engine, if you go to your render properties, is called Eevee. Now, Eevee is fast, but it is not accurate. If you are familiar with games, most of you probably are, Eevee is basically a game engine. So it's designed to be really fast. Probably not 60 frames per second, but really, really fast. And it's in terms of the renderer types, there's usually you call them like real time is what this type is, and that is a rasterized render engine. And then you have ray traced or path traced engines, sometimes called offline renderers, which are a lot more accurate but much slower. So this is good if you don't really care about realism. Like maybe you're making a title effect for a TV, thing, whatever, or you're on a really tight deadline, you just want to get something out fast, you can use Eevee. Now you can make it look better than what we have. Like for example, I think because we're using like really small sizes for our donut, you want to increase your cube size and then your lamp, the bias. There you go. You set that all the way to 0, and now it's more appropriate for this size. We've got shadows, but it's still not great. We don't, for example, have shadows on any of our sprinkles because it's just too fine a detail. And the shadow itself, it's just like a blurry mess. So it's just a fakery, and it's just like what's going on with video games. I will briefly mention also that Blender 4.1, which is what this is here, it's in alpha state at the time of this recording. I've been using 4.0 for this whole recording, but this is 4.1, and it's Eevee, but it's completely rewritten, and it is better, right? So the shadows are better. There is actually even some bounce lighting happening, but it's kind of like a fake bounce lighting, and it's definitely better, but it's still not great. So that is the limitation. It's fast, but it is not great. And that's what you get with rasterized real-time engines. So there is another render engine. To go to your render engine settings and click the drop down, ignore Workbench. That's for just like basically rendering your viewport, really, for technical stuff. Cycles. So those are the two main engines of you got Cycles and you got Eevee. Cycles is what's known as an offline renderer, or a path traced, also known as ray traced engine. Now, this looks way better than what we had before. You'll notice, for example, that all of our sprinkles have shadows. Apologies if my recording gets a little choppy. It's because it's using the CPU. Anyway, you can see it's got proper shadows on things. There's actually bounce lighting, right?
If this is breaking stream, I'm sorry. I have no idea what this is doing to stream.
That's like coming off this table here, and it's going underneath the donut. So it's like it's shooting around inside here, and it's shooting back, and it's going over here, which is exactly what happens in the real world, and it's really important.
This is not actually
to get
looking
that bounce.
great.
I mean, any room, any architecture, you basically have to use cycles to do it, because that's how you get proper lighting like in the real world. But you get all this for free at the cost of speed. So you'll notice as I move around, whilst my recording goes choppy, that it starts grainy and then it kind of refines itself. And if you look in the top left-hand corner, you've got something that says samples. So as you leave it rendering longer, it's rendering more samples. Essentially, it's just like the computer's just chewing through it. There's technical ways to explain it, but that's the simplest way to think of it. And it'll get clearer as the longer you leave it. Now, there is actually two ways to calculate this. One is to use your CPU, which is what it's on by default. Another is to use your GPU, which is grayed out by default. So let's fix that. Go to Edit Preferences, and then go to System, and you can see at the top there, Cycles, Render Devices. So try switching to one of these tabs and see what you get. If you have a device, like myself, that is a GPU that is supported, then you can render on that and it'll be way faster. So just as an FYI, CUDA is NVIDIA, and it's for like cards, like I think 1080 backwards, so like 90s, 800s, I think they used CUDA. Optics was around the 2000 series. Further on. So Optics is the one that you use if you're using a NVIDIA card today.
Okay.
HIP is for AMD cards, and then you got one API. And I think actually on Apple devices, you'll have a metal option. But see what you have, and then see if you can render with that, because that, with GPU on now, it'll, going back to this, it might actually, the first time you use your GPU, it will say, I think at the top left-hand corner, doing this for the first time, it'll do some pass, it'll be really slow, it might take like 2 minutes, but then after you've done that, every time you open Blender, you should never need to do it again. So it might be slow the first time you activate it, but it should be faster. Now, this is way faster than what we had before. Like you can see how quickly it's clearing through those samples. It's basically real time. In fact, actually, so that noise that I mentioned, right? It's still there, but when you render and also in your viewport, you can use a denoiser. So it's actually not that new. It's like 3-4 years old. I think we started using AI denoisers. NVIDIA released their one for optics, and since then Intel have come out with one. And it basically takes that noisy image, it uses some of the information from the 3D renderer to clear it out whilst preserving the detail. So if you can actually turn it on in the viewport by hitting the denoise one. If you've got an NVIDIA card, it'll be way better. If you don't, it'll have to use the Intel denoiser, which is a lot slower. But you can see the noise is practically gone, right? So this is almost real time, which is really, really cool.
My stream might get choppy, I'm sorry.
Not all of you are as lucky, right? I've got 4.
Because I used my GPU to encode. So.
I started though on a Pentium 3, I think back in 2003. And I mean, look, they made Toy Story on computers that you couldn't even sell today because they would be just garbage. Maybe you could for like nostalgic. Anyways, the point is that everybody, when they start 3D, is using a device which is crappy. Don't let it limit you, or don't think, oh, I can't use 3D until I get a better computer. A graphics card is definitely one of the best investments you can make if you're thinking like, I want to do this as a career. This is definitely for me. I'm really enjoying this. It's definitely a good investment because you will be able to produce more renders throughout the day faster. Is fast. Also, if you want to know which card to buy, Blender actually put together an open source for the rest of this tutorial. And we'll really dive into it in the next part, but I just want to quickly, my lamp is way, way away. So let's just bring that in closer just so that we can see things. And you can actually clear the rotation of an object to make it appear at the center of your 3D scene by tapping Alt-G. Okay, so now,
oh really?
Hey, look, that's actually kind of cool. I'm gonna move my lamp over to here. Just check my recordings. Yeah, my recordings not being affected. And I'll just now reduce the strength of this because it's obviously now way closer. But look at that, like look at the shadow that we get coming off this donut. It's like properly tapered. It's not like some fakery, so it's like tight here and then it's like really faded at the end there. That kind of stuff is really difficult to do with a rasterized real-time engine like Eevee. And you also get like all of this proper, like look at the shadows on the sprinkles, the reflections is actually true. It's not like guessing and fakery. Yes, it's a type of fakery, but it's much more accurate. Anyways, I like cycles. I'm a cycles guy. I think most people actually are. The first version of Eevee was not that great. Eevee Next in 4.1 might be better. We'll see. But yeah, the first version of Eevee was not really that great. Now, one thing you might notice looking at your donut, and they're going to make one big tweak to this, is that it kind of feels hard. Like the donut doesn't give this kind of like soft feeling to it. And the reason for that is the material. So by default, all materials are, kind of like hard materials, but fleshy objects like humans as well as food have subsurface scattering. So I'll throw some reference photos here. But you can see this is my hand. I had light coming in as I was eating breakfast, and I can see the light is actually going through my fingers, right? So that's light that is it's a mushy, fleshy object, so it's passing through it, scattering amongst all the other atoms in the finger, and it's the light is going through to the other side. You also see it in a lot of food. So took these photos at a party. Yes, I am that guy. But you can see that's how you get light that goes to the opposite sides. My daughter was eating a banana, and I was like, look at that banana. Look at that subsurface scattering right there. So donuts and icing have that, and we can do that. We can add that, by going to the materials, and then down here you've got subsurface. Okay, so here, the biggest one to turn it on, and just like metallic, apparently, this is, by the way, a new setup for 4.0, but just like metallic, it's supposed to be a weight of either 0 or 1. All right, now when you do 1, it suddenly turned blue, and you're like, what the hell happened there? That's because the radius, this radius, is this is your X, Y, Z, but also it's your R, G, and your B in this case. And these values are different because it's designed for skin by default. So this is a great setup if you've got skin with blood inside, but we don't. So click, drag down, and then just set these values to 1. All right, so now it's closer to the material. Still looks weird, and that's because the scale of this is wrong. It's saying that the thickness of the object is 5 centimeters, but this icing is not that. So let's make this 0.01, and now you can see it looks a lot closer. It's still a little dark, so I think it's not 1 centimeter thick, so let's go 0.005. And now we can see it's pretty close to its original material. The biggest difference is if I just zoom right in here, let's set it to what it was before. See how it's hard? It almost feels like, it just feels like concrete, right? But then you set this to 1, and look at that. The shadow just starts to feel a little softer, and you get this bleed effect where kind of like the shadow gets like an edge to the shadow where it gets a little more saturated and pinker. And that's subsurface scattering. You don't have to tell it how to do that. It just does it. So you set the weight to 1, these to 1, and then you just set your scale to whatever it is you want. And I'm also going to do it for my sprinkles. So I'm just going to click on one of my sprinkles, and right in here for the subsurface, I'll just do the same thing. Set the weight as 1, these radiuses to 1, and then I'll use a really low value here. Like let's go 0.02. And now you can see, because these sprinkles are, it's like icing, right? It's just the exact same thing. We want some of the light to pass through it. And we don't actually have to bother setting up that color ramp system for the metal, because metals automatically, that shader, when you set it to 1, it means it's going to cancel any subsurface scattering that would have appeared there. So we don't have to bother with it. The subsurface is not going to happen on metals. But you can see it starts to feel a lot softer, a lot, more pleasing, more delicious looking, like real food, because that's really one of the telltale signs of food is subsurface scattering. Awesome. So in the next part, we're going to start really building out the scene. What I want to do though, at the end of this video, I want to give you some homework, and that is to try to model this plate. Now we're going to do it actually in the next part, but it's simple enough, and it's actually possible to use all the tools that I've mentioned in this series so far to model this yourself. Now the reason I'm trying to give this as homework is that once this tutorial finishes, that's how it's going to be. You're going to have to try to solve problems on the fly. So it definitely helps solidify learning if you can try to apply it by yourself. So have a go. It doesn't matter if you get stuck or you fail at it terribly, because you can just click the next part and see how it's done. But have a go at it now, because then you'll start to, you'll just retain the.
All right, so I think what we'll do, we're gonna save this. I think what I'm gonna do, because my brain is completely fried, and I haven't eaten lunch. I think we're gonna attempt to make the plate. I want to do it today. Okay. All right. I think what I'm gonna do is we're gonna make the plate first on Thursday. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So Thursday, about the same time, we're gonna make the plate, and we're gonna continue through the tutorial. I don't think there's too much longer for the tutorial, to be honest. But I think once we finish the tutorial, I have something that I'd like to try to make as my first kind of project. But we'll see how it goes. So, but tomorrow might be back on Baldur's Gate tomorrow. Might be playing something else tomorrow. Yeah, but I need food. I'm gonna go eat food. I love you all. I appreciate you. Anyone that decided to stick with me. Words are hard. Words are hard. Thank you for anyone that decided to stick with me through this. It's gonna be fun, and then hopefully we'll actually be making your own stuff instead of following a tutorial at some point. Let's see, who can I send you to? Don't see anybody. I guess we'll just end. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. Y'all are amazing.